landing. Woo. Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best, you get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh, I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know? This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat with the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Don't box me in, I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again, oh. Better let me loose, you know that I got the juice, everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move, oh, oh. We can't fit in your box, we too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Woo! Let's go.
الألتيمة الضاربة لاعب الذي بوي هي نادي الذي بوي هي
ماشي على بريبود ماشي والنهاية قريبة على بريبود. دي بي اس هو اللاعب، دي بي اس ثاني لاعب. كويست ما بعد هذا اليوم ما بعد هذا الاسبوع لديكم فرص كبيره. دبليو 7 هنا يخسر فرصه التواجد، ممكن غيث يتلاعب في مقدرات الدبليو 7.
Is muted, so let's try the audio again. Everything is going back the way it is supposed to, but as I was saying, as you can see, I'm pretty excited to be here. Of course, we're getting ready to hop into yet another season of MEA Championships, this time for the Fall Breakdown. My name is
almost as excited as you, although I didn't speak so loudly that my mic switched off, so at least we've got that going for us. But absolutely excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the stage today. It is Spooktober, the teams are ready, they have been fighting and fighting to get to this point, and at the end of this we get to see who's going to PMGC. So there's so much excitement, I don't think everyone's quite ready.
Yeah, well, speaking about excitement, speaking about Spooktober, of course, you know, as we know, part of Spooktober is Monsters. And speaking about Monsters, we have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, as well as the Championship. So big shout out going out to them. And while we're on that topic, of course, you know, something that's quite fitting, that kind of blends into the whole situation, the whole Spooktober, as you've mentioned right there, is of course the lovely zombie mode that we have within the game itself. And, well, I think it is about almost time for us, right, to give a bit of an introduction for those who might not be all too familiar with exactly what zombie mode entails. I think it would be pretty fitting for us to take a bit of a look and see exactly what all the details are regarding that zombie mode.
Hi everyone, I trust that you've already been to Erangel, RUKH, and Miramar and seen all the mutants, the destroyed lab, and the powerful berserkers and rippers. We just acquired a copy of a top-secret elite agent handbook. It's got some indispensable battle tips recorded inside. Let's see what we can learn. First, let's check out the Aerolith lab. Here, the Aerolith's energy has turned it into a mutation ground where no one can survive. All that remain are supplies and mutants. However, no need to worry. You'll automatically get a respawn card when entering the lab, so if something goes wrong, you'll get a second chance. Also, hidden within the lab is a huge and dangerous life form, a rage berserker. When the countdown in the lab begins, the Aerolith will begin to attract and absorb mutants in the lab to power up the Rage Berserker. The Rage Berserker will spawn at the end of the countdown. The more mutants that were absorbed during the countdown, the higher its health, destructive power, size, and danger. So it's imperative to stop the Aerolith from absorbing mutants. Use the dagger or crossbow for greater effect and to deal more damage. Hurry and defeat the enemies with your teammates. But be careful. In Zombie's Edge, the large and powerful berserkers can be found all over the map. They possess an extremely muscular right arm and a unique weapon. Take care as it changes up its way of attacking depending on which weapon it wields. However, our intel tells us that if we can locate its weak point, it can be dispatched much more easily. Of course, it's also better to work together with teammates to defeat this powerful foe. When you defeat a berserker, there's a chance to obtain its genetic abilities, the mutation gauntlets and the mutation blade. Equip mutation gauntlets to mutate your arms into large gauntlets. The slam attack delivers devastating damage and the zombies can't retaliate when struck. You can also perform the great smash by charging up, leaping in the air, choosing a landing point, and swiftly descending to deal substantial area damage. Mutation Blade. It possesses higher mobility and can be used to slash at enemies. It also has access to the Wild Dash ability, which lets you charge up for a burst of speed. Its wide slashes can damage enemies on the periphery, while also being good at quickly moving around and entering the play zone. Furthermore, among the mutants is a special high mobility zombie, the Ripper, and using their claws to attack. Take care not to get ensnared. We can try attacking the head, which is its weak point, and counterattack by targeting their weak point on the head. Aerolith Lab and Outpost. Besides tons of supplies, these locations are also home to a special vehicle, the Maglev Hoverboard. This hoverboard is able to travel on land and water. It can help you get away from the zombie hordes. Alright, that's everything in the Elite Agent Handbook. Hurry and give Zombie's Edge a go. Please keep following the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Well, they were talking about Zombies Edge, right? And as we just heard that they said winner winner chicken dinner. I think the more fitting call out on that would probably be winner winner zombie dinner, right? Because it just works. It fits in with the whole topic. But I don't know about you, like I've tried the zombie mode out, right? Zombies Edge. I've not had a lot of luck because, of course, it is a very popular portion within the match itself, right? On the map, you can see a lot of people dropping in there. Fortunately, there's, of course, that lovely respawn, right? So if you get eliminated, you can just either decide to go back and try and pick up your loot. And, well, if you're really skilled, you are able to fend off all the opponents there just to show, you know, that it's kind of your territory and you want to try and lock it down. But I think there's quite a lot to look forward to as we're going through. Speaking of which, of course, is I think we need to take a bit of a look and see exactly how the pros would play if they were participating in a little bit of this zombie edge action.
Absolutely. So over towards the spooky side of Erangel we will be heading. And yeah, as you said, we want to see how the pros would handle this wild and chaotic manner of Erangel. So yeah, DK, absolutely. I've tried it. Did not get far. Honestly, I was like, look, I'm going to be prepped and ready for the show match. I'm going to know everything about this. And I got destroyed. Even with the respawn, it was not good for me. So I'm really keen to see how the teams are going to be managing the expectation. Of course, like you said, yes, the respawn does help, but it doesn't matter when you're still going to have to drop in the same clustered environment. You might not even get to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you could go, as we can see, a few players already respawning, right? Focusing on positions a little bit further down, trying to get themselves within the zone. But, I mean, in a general match, this is already pretty spicy. And now, having to compete against other pros, defending all these different positions, I mean, this is just absolutely insane. But so far, from what we can see, NASR picking up some really strong pacing here, sitting with 8 eliminations to their name. And I think in this instance, we are going to be looking at... Ooh... Nice one there. We are going to be looking at elimination counts that we've not necessarily seen in normal PUBG, right? The normal competitive scene. But of course, as we know also then, right? This is a show match. This is for a little bit of fun to showcase the Zombies Edge. And none of these points, sadly, regardless of what they will be, are going to be reflective on the leaderboard.
Yeah, NASR right now is going to be pretty bummed about that one, already leading up with 8 eliminations. So they have been hot and heavy on the zombie side of Erangel. But it's just a little bit of fun, a little bit of a warm-up to get us ready for a taste of MEA Championships and to showcase the spooktoberness of this PUBG Mobile map. But I gotta say, the slasher, I think it was the slasher, I don't like them. Like
not?
any of the other ones are fine, but for some reason that specific NPC freaks me out. I turn around when I see it.
I mean, you just gotta chop it up, right? You just gotta chop it up. And, you know, this is also one of the few instances where you see players coming back to where they just got taken out, right? We did see a few others dropping all the way back down into zone, but right here in Zombie Land, things are looking pretty hot and spicy. It is going to be, ooh, 13 pushing up on Hope. And with that, I mean, GEEKAY is slowly starting to run out of those revives. So, and I think that adds to the pressure here, right? You have that one revive, and that is it. If your team gets eliminated, you are done for. And, of course, as you can see, RTG is going to be our first team to back up their bags and wait in the lobby to get right down to business. In the meanwhile, I mean, look at that. NASR, that is already up to double digits.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, they would have loved the idea of these points actually going to the overall total. What a way to start MEA Champs. But unfortunately, it is more just to sort of set the tone, give the rest of the teams a taste of what is to come for the next couple of days so that they can be shaking in their boots next time you actually do face off. NASR already just absolutely dominating the playfield, and GEEKAY Esports looking like they're in a bit of trouble, unfortunately. Relegated down now to 1 as Brute Force just came running in and storming the castle.
Well, I mean, you gotta storm the castle if you want to save the princess, right? I'm not quite sure what the princess would be in this particular situation.
Not the slasher.
Who knows? Who knows? It could be anything. But Ragnar also just on the edge there. We do say goodbye to NIGMA Galaxy as they will get sent away with only 2 eliminations coming through this match. I'm quite surprised to have RTG, as we can see there, not a single elim up. Yeah, it's a thing, but that could have also have been, as we saw those drops coming through towards the more southern edge, right? And as we also have the zone not really complementing this particular region, I think these teams are going to be fighting quite a few battles here. Aside from going toe-to-toe with each other, of course, we're going to have that blue zone swooping in, and not even to mention a few of the zombies that are still spawning.
As zombies move in closer and closer to those towers, it's going to start getting quite crazy here for the teams. Not only, as you said, are they fighting against the other members of teams right around them, but of course, they have to focus on the goal here. They have to focus on these zombies moving on into territory. And NASR, ooh, a little bit of a surprise. And that's the problem, DK. It doesn't matter where you run, there is going to be a crosshair waiting for you to take you out. Oof, or a nade.
Yeah, or a nade indeed. XENON now going to be the Lone Ranger, trying to see if they can hold on at least just for the time being. But FALCONS White's going to be looking to find their momentum, find a bit of a foothold. And again, such a difficult region to try and play through. I mean, GEEKAY down to one, Sly holding on to one as well. Quest also then coming through on one, and that is going to be P6 getting taken right on down. Now, Teak just waiting patiently as El Chapo is going to be taking that approach. But I like the fact that the teams are actually trying to get themselves as close to this lovely tower here. But, yeah, it's brutal. This is quite brutal.
Yeah, you can definitely say that. Again, XENON already trying to get themselves meted up before the rest of the onslaught does appear. Again, NASR just doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. I think that's one of the first times I've actually seen someone from NASR knocked. We do see Falcon White also just making an appearance, finding a little bit of action there. El Chapo not feeling too great about it. Oh, but it is a tough battle here. No one is really looking to give up, and we even got some bumper car action going here.
Oh, R8, man. Yeah, just trying to fly on through now. They still have CR7 holding on the ridge. Brute Force, or as I like to call them, the Broody Fruities, looking to bring in quite a bit of a play here. I mean, they've also been doing pretty well, right? Just look at the elimination count. Meanwhile, we are going to be saying goodbye to Sly Machine as they will slide their way into the lovely lobby itself. Clear Vision also just lighting up that feed. I mean, this is what we love to see, right? The team's having a good bit of a warm-up before turning their focus back onto the big matter at hand. Speaking about matters, I mean, here we go, the slasher.
Yeah, look, that's not exactly someone that you want to be poking. You know, when we talk about poking the bear, that is not a bear you want to poke. And you immediately saw that run back coming through here from NASR, trying to get a little bit of extra points while they're dealing with the rest of the teammates. But oh, that is a terrifying view to see. Broody Fruity still holding on just barely, DK, but they still got plenty more players to handle.
Yeah, and well, aside from players, they also have zombies to worry about. As we know, the blue zone is going to be making its way on through. Now, Brute Force all the way up onto 17 eliminations. We are seeing some pretty intense elimination counts being secured here by respective teams. But, of course, we still have 7 of them trying to fight their way on through. I'm curious to see if they're actually going to be able to take down the boss.
I'm just worried right now for that member there from Brute Force. I mean, if that monster just takes like 2 steps to the left, there's going to be an unfortunate surprise for them. No cover to work with either, so it would not be a very fun experience, but we'll have to wait and see how they're going to handle that one. Already still NASR, they have just been taking names left, right and center, but now Brute Force is tied with 14 eliminations each. I can't see who's going to be taking the crown.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, NASR, good centralized positioning here. Brute Force picking up some pretty good momentum as well. So I think it could potentially be between the side of Brute Force and NASR to have that decision made as to who's going to be the team to walk away with the winner zombie dinner for this game. But Marshall also still holding on, and we actually see just a few Lone Rangers now just trying to survive the onslaught. But I like the fact that the blue zone is also very slowly closing in. I mean, it's not making a big major rush, so the teams actually have quite a bit of time to spend out here to see if they can not only take each other down, but also then the big boss.
Yeah, NASR definitely need to put a few knocks into the side of Brute Force here. Otherwise, they will be seeing their crown taken away from them. They've done so well to hold on to this lead. And now, unfortunately for Brute Force, it looks like they're a little bit just cornered in the sense that rotation out is going to be a bit tough. The blues are now coming in to add a little bit of spice on top. And, I don't know how they're going to be able to get themselves out there. Although that knock might be the opening they need.
That definitely could be the opening, and well, beautiful follow through coming through here from J7 as they do step up to the plate now, trying to find all the devastation they can deal into the side of Brute Force. XENON also going to be biting off a few tough bullets, but oh, Mind getting spotted out here as Teak now comes through with the approach with the bush, trying to send the Brute Force team right back from whence they came. J7 also not having any luck on the outskirts, but Twisted, look at them. 14 eliminations up, FALCONS sitting on 12, about to be 13, and there we go. Again, double digits essentially as for these top few remaining teams.
Oh, I tell you now, imagine these points were added to the overall tally. This would be an unprecedented start that we ever would have seen in an MEA champ, but let alone, it is, like you said, just a little bit of bragging rights, just a little bit of an opportunity to showcase for the rest of the teams what they should be expecting. You know, what truly might be lurking around the corner for them in the next couple of days. Again, these extra like abilities and all the extra gear that they get to use really does prove for some very interesting strategies. So very curious to see how AZ might be utilizing that arm and maybe just surprise Teak around the corner with that rotation.
Well, a big surprise could definitely be quite advantageous at this point, but as you can see, Evo Station going to be holding up on the edge. Pre-pod. Oh, feeling the heat as Twisted. Just twist and wiggle their way on through, finding the knock. Teak also just going to be riding on the edge. Beautiful work being done here. And again, right, I think this is such a great way to essentially warm up the teams for what we could be seeing coming through into this MEA Championship. But I mean, so far, pretty strong representation. Really high, insane elimination counts. But we still have no idea who's going to be the team to claim the victory here. Of course, it's going to be Mind now trying to apply a little bit of the heat onto Crypto as the bar is down the blue zone. No, it's not going to do anything, but instead, Crypto with a very swift reaction.
Yeah, look, a great reaction, but you can see that mini-map in the top right side. NASR has been keeping their eye on the prize. They've been following that zone, making sure that they're still in this map. And right now, sitting so pretty, waiting beautifully for Twisted Minds to make a move. And lo and behold, Twisted Minds, no way out of trouble. And unfortunately for them, that will be the end. But for NASR, my goodness, my gracious, what a way to start the day.
Yeah, definitely a good approach coming through here from the side of NASR. Coming away here with 29 points, 19 eliminations up. Brute Force also hitting the 19 elims. But Twisted, FALCONS, XENON, all of them hitting those double digits. As we can see, RTG, though, the only team not being able to find themselves any eliminations. And of course, well, no surprise, really, looking at how packed that zombie edge was. I mean, it was hot, it was sweaty. For some, it was a little bit devastating, but that is just the way that we like our zombies, I guess.
Yeah, no, we like them also dead. I don't want to be in that situation myself. So thank you to the teams for taking them out. But yeah, absolutely. Nice little bit of a warm-up, getting the teams introduced into Spooktober, and hopefully they're in the spirit of things. But ultimately, DK, at some point, we're going to have to get back to business.
Yeah, well, I think that is pretty much our cue, right? We've now had a little bit of fun, looked at the Zombies Edge and what all these players can do as a bit of a warm-up, but let's get back to the serious business, right? It is MEA time. It is championship time. The teams have quite a lot on the table. As we know, 4 slots available to move forward up into the PMGC, so it is going to require quite a bit of grind to come through here. I mean, we've seen several teams just grind their butts off through their respective PMPLs, coming all the way back from the start of the year, trying to build up the points, trying to build up that opportunity, the expectation, and of course also to get themselves a seat moving into the MEA Championship. But speaking about teams, let's take a look and see exactly who we have that are going to be playing here.
Now, for the fans that have been following your PMPL Africas and your PMPL Arabias, and even the previous MEA Championships, some of these teams might look very familiar to you. Obviously, we've had a lot of roster shuffles, and we've had a lot of surprises in the previous PMPLs. I mean, one highlight, especially most recently, has definitely been the return of FALCONS White. I mean, in terms of the performance that they brought, in terms of the ferocity, we definitely could be seeing a massive, massive competitor for those top slots. And I mean, again, from the Arabian side, we have a lot of fans who are hoping and just looking with heart-beated eyes to NIGMA Galaxy to see what they will be bringing in today. And a few fantastic teams that have honestly just been, you know, highlighting for us once again the excitement of PUBG Mobile. I mean, Brute Force, as you like to call them. They've also been a fantastically solid team. And ultimately, we're going to have to see today how they're going to be bringing in that action.
I think another team that I'm also quite excited to see what they're going to be doing is the side of XENON, right? We did see them come pretty close in the previous MEA to qualify, but this time around they made it in. And of course, let's take a quick look at the format here for our viewers that are not all too familiar as to how these championships work. So we've got all 16 teams. They are going to be playing across 24 matches. So if you break that down, it essentially gives us 6 matches happening each day across the next 4 days. And all these points add up into the overall standing. And, well, speaking about points, right, of course, the teams are going to be looking to utilize our point system, right? That pole position still being worth 10 points. And, of course, it trickles all the way down. 9th to 16th place is going to award them bubbles. But to pop a few of those bubbles, you can also look to add yourself a few of those elimination points, as you will get awarded 1 point per each elim that the teams are able to find here. So we've been seeing quite a few heavy hitters, really just, I would almost say, using that a little bit too much, right? Going pretty crazy with the amount of eliminations. And I mean, based on what we just saw in zombie mode, right? 19 eliminations alongside a winner chicken dinner, it provides the teams with a phenomenal amount of points, and I think it really lays the foundation quite heavily, especially on this first day.
Yeah. So, I mean, as we've been going through these PMPLs, we've obviously seen many different iterations of that point system, and with each iteration, we see the teams having to adapt to a new playstyle, having to adapt to a new focus point. And this time, obviously, that focus point has been shifting for a while, but now it's taken its most gigantic leap towards that focus in eliminations, and so the teams have been a lot more aggressive as they need to be. They have to be a lot more consistent. They unfortunately can't just sit and wait for those placements, because they will inevitably fall behind.
Well, and of course, falling behind, right, also means a little bit of a reduction, but the kind of reduction we're talking about here is, of course, with regards to the prize pool. So let's take a quick look at that and see exactly what these teams are fighting for on top of those slots getting into the PMGC. Of course, pole position is going to award them a lovely $26,000. From there, we move down to 20,000, then 14,000, and we continue with the trend all the way down to 16th position, which is going to award them $3,000. Of course, the lovely MVP award comes in here as well. So the player with the best performance at the end of these 4 days are going to be awarded an additional $2,000 on top of whatever the team has been able to secure here. So great opportunity for the teams to try and fatten up the bank a little bit more, right? To add even more into the tally there before, you know, they move on to what could be potentially the next stage.
Yeah, so I mean, for some of the teams, they are definitely going to be looking to see how their individual stars will be rising to the occasion. Obviously, previously we had to give a big heads up to Coops, so we'll see what's going to be this case in this time around. But of course, DK, we keep talking about the short stint. We keep talking about how tough this match is going to be up and how quickly these teams have to rise to the occasion. And that is, of course, due to our wonderful calendar that's quite short. It's quite sweet, but it's only 4 days of action.
Yes, only 4 days of action, and that is all of it, right? I mean, they've worked their way through 18 days of PMPL action to get themselves qualified into the championship, and these next 4 days is going to be make or break for these teams. But of course, within each day, we also have our respective map rotation, right? So the map rotation for each day is going to be exactly the same. Here, as we can see, we are going to be starting off with Erangel, heading into a bit of Miramar, heading back to Erangel, then we add a little bit of spice, heading up into the lovely Sanhok before concluding the day with our very last Erangel and Miramar. So I think this is a very exciting rotation here, because especially looking at teams that are super proficient when it comes to the map of Erangel, with a potential opportunity on Miramar as well, they will have a great opportunity here to really bring in quite a bit of a dominating push, a dominating performance to ensure their positioning within the leaderboard.
Absolutely. So yes, it is going to be a short, sweet push for that top slot. And again, we keep talking about PMGC. I mean, those groups have already been laid out. We know some of the teams who are already waiting for that. And we would love to have, teams from both Africa and Arabia join them, but they can only be 4. So it is going to be a hard-fought battle, but it is going to be an exciting one. And again, DK, we can speculate as much as we want, but there are some potential speculators that can give us a bit more information, and that is, of course, our viewers. So for our viewers, if you are watching, if you do want to interact with us and give us your insights into this wonderful matchup that we're going to be seeing both today and for the rest of the week, please do let us know on our socials using the hashtag PMPL MEA Champ, of course, on the platforms YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. We would love to hear your thoughts. And of course, ask us some questions, give us some insights. We want to interact with you and see how you're feeling about this year's matchups.
Yeah, love to hear your feedback, so be sure to hit us up, as also already mentioned. But speaking about feedback, right, we've seen a few teams come through from the spring season that have really tried their best within their respective PMPL, coming close to qualifying for the previous season of the MEA Championship. But, looking at what they've been doing coming through this time around, we do see a little bit of improvement. Of course, with those teams, I'm referring to the players from Virtual Gaming Squad. Yes, we know they changed rosters. We did see the side there from XENON, the former Cryptics team. Came so close in the previous season to qualify for the MEA Championship. Just barely missed out, but this time around, this season, we did see them make it in that 6th place within the full split, and that allotted them the position to move into the MEA Championship. So very excited to see what Virtual Gaming Squad and, of course, XENON are going to be looking to bring it to the table here. And, of course, then from the Arabia side, we've got the teams Sly Machine and Twisted Minds, right? Also putting in some good effort in their previous PMPL to get themselves secured, but they changed their mindsets, they changed the approach, and, of course, change is as good as a holiday, I think, at some point. And coming through into the full split, things just really went click, and, well, they were able to qualify. So I like having a little bit of new flavor coming into the championship to just try and shake up everything a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets to that point where we keep talking about the same teams sitting at the top, and it's great that they're in that position that they are in, but we have to talk about continual improvement. And the reason we need continuous improvement is because we know the current standings of the teams. We know the previous standings compared to, your S-rank competitions such as PMGC, how some of the teams may have done. When we talk about FALCONS White as a team that actually came through into PMGC 2022, obviously not with the result that they would have wanted to. Now coming back, now looking a lot stronger. Definitely out of their wild performance that we saw in their respective PMPL, to be able to qualify for both the spring split and the fall split, they have shown they have that consistency. They have shown that they have that power, but it can't just be one team from Africa. It can't just be one team from Arabia in the form of, let's say, NIGMA Galaxy as an example. There has to be that continuous competition so we can see these teams having to better themselves. We keep talking about that adaptation that they have to bring in. The points can change, we can see the structures change, and that obviously does form a different change in the meta, but it has to be up to the teams to put in that work and to bring in a different level of play each time they are performing.
I think it's important being able to maintain a good amount of consistency. We've seen teams come through in the previous season of not only the MEA, but also obviously the spring split coming through with regards to the PMPL. Teams performing quite well, making their way up into the previous MEA. For some teams, things went quite well. Other teams, not so much. It was quite challenging, and I'm excited to see how they're going to be looking to rectify that moving through into this season, right? We've seen FALCONS White, the former Titans / Arab Golden Galaxy, coming through the spring season, rather, making it up into the MEA. Quite a dominating play that they brought into spring. MEA, I think it was a good proving ground for them, but as they went into fall season, they really upped the ante, coming through with phenomenal finish, locking in the pole position within that respective PMPL. So there's a lot of opportunities that these teams are presented with, and I guess at the end of the day, it all depends on what the teams are willing to make with those opportunities, right? Are they going to try and apply everything that they've learned within the PMPLs, or are they going to maybe try and add a little bit of a different flavor to the mix?
I definitely would be expecting and hoping for a different flavor. Because yes, for some of the teams, it has gotten them to this point. Absolutely, they deserve to be in this position. For some teams, it has been a very tough battle to get to this point. I mean, you mentioned XENON, who just managed to get themselves qualified, just managed to get themselves enough points, and that was off of the back of a battle between RUKH. I mean, it was a 1-point difference, I believe, into that qualification. So moving into this, I mean, yes, the top teams, they have a lot to continue proving. They have a lot to say. They know the expectations that are on their back, and they want to keep that expectation high. For the teams sitting from the middle to the lower echelons in terms of the qualifications, they're the ones that have nothing to lose. They're the ones that have never been into this point, have that opportunity to, for the first time, get themselves into a PMGC slot potentially. So they're the ones that need to bring that different flavor, that completely different spice, if they want to be able to take down the top dogs. And they need to be able to do that if they want to be able to kick it in PMGC, because that is a whole different sort of competition they need to be ready for.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was pretty tough, right? And a good indication of what, I think maybe a good preview, a good taste of what could potentially be coming through in towards the PMGC is, of course, what we had happen over in towards the PMWI, right? As we know, only 1 or 2 teams having the opportunity to move forward into that next opportunity, right? So NIGMA Galaxy, or in fact, rather, it was the side of GEEKAY having the opportunity to, showcase a little bit of their talent, getting that direct invitation into the PMWI. And I'm curious to see just how much of what they've learned, right, not only through the fall and the spring season, but also having the opportunity to play in other events, right? Play in the PMWI, of course, the previous MEA Championship, and many of the other events in between. I want to see how all of that is going to come down onto the battlefield. And of course, well, we don't have to wait all too long, as we are going to be hopping into our very first match right here into MEA. No zombies. It is going to be normal PUBG. Right, I know it's going to be feeling a little bit weird, because this time around we are going to be looking at flight path, we are going to be looking at zones and everything in between. But I guess this is also a great opportunity for the teams really to show us what they are looking to bring into this very first match of the day.
Yeah, so as we like to say, the first couple of matches, they tend to be both the opening statement from the teams, but also we can only take a little bit of a pinch of salt usually from these sort of matches. Unfortunately, however, for these teams, as we've already mentioned countless times, there's only 4 days. There's only 4 days of opportunity for them to get themselves onto the overall ranking and then keep that momentum, keep that lead. So starting off with a great start in Erangel, especially since it's a Erangel heavy day, is definitely going to be the key. If they don't do well here, well, you got 2 more opportunities, but let's be serious. You don't want to fall behind.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely not something that you are going to be looking at. I mean, if we take a look back at what we had in the previous MEA, right? GEEKAY, absolutely dominating team when it came to the side of Erangel. They secured themselves 2-1 win. Chicken Dinner's 103 points coming off the back of that. So I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to replicate those efforts, or we could maybe have a bit of a response to that. I mean, from the respective PMPLs, right? A lot of contenders stepping up to the plate. A team like RUKH Esports, right? They showed quite a bit of an angle, quite a bit of a play. FALCONS White also stepped up with quite a bit of a dominance there as well. So I want to see how all of that is going to translate into the action here. And of course, now speaking about the action, is going to be Quest and Slime Machine looking to crack the can wide open.
Ooh! What is it with the bumper cars today, DK? It just seems like everyone is, throwing caution to the wind. No need for guns, we just need some wheels. And, I mean, a great use of utility right there. Quest Esports already picking up a great knock, now having to hold on to the rest. And looking at these rotations, well, it's just going to get more and more fun. So Quest and Sly, they had a little bit of an altercation here now. I mean, Quest can still make that rotation up north. It will be a little bit of a sandwich as they do. They've got GEEKAY to the east, and of course, quite a plethora of teams there towards the Georgia Pool Everest location. So hopefully they will not be setting their eyes on that for the time being. But, just a quick hello, how's it going? That's my knock, thank you. I will be taking that point.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a quick knock, a quick, just a sneaky play coming through here. But of course, speaking about sneaky plays, we do see the World of Battle also just trying to solidify themselves up within those apartments. And I mean, based on where the zone is, I think that is going to be a beautiful position for them to hold. It allows them a great opportunity, more specifically with teams that are going to be rotating up from that western side.
Yeah, no, look, I really want to say that since we've seen that point change, since we've seen these teams, being forced into a more aggressive stance, we have seen a bit of a increase in terms of the challenges that we would see in the earlier phases. Normally, we would see a complete split. I mean, they wouldn't even pretend that they knew that there was an enemy on the team until much later into the map because naturally they were looking for that longevity. Now, however, it is crucial to try and get the jump on a team sooner rather than later. What we just saw from Sly, there is that opportunity. They knew that Quest wasn't quite ready with their equipment. They were obviously scattered. They were obviously isolated. And bam, there's an easy knock. And that is crucial for Sly to pick up earlier rather than later because, the longer it takes, the more equipment those teams are going to have, the more structured they will be, and it's going to be a lot harder to take them out. So I do like that we do see some teams, maybe thinking about those early engagements, but it will be up to them whether or not they feel ready in the positions they are to take those fights because, you got to be ready to win the fights. If you lose them, well, that's your first Erangel of the day done and dusted.
And I think also looking at early game engagements, it really shows whether or not the teams have actually done a lot of bot reviewing, right? Trying to get that additional information, trying to figure out where they could potentially be looking to move to, or if they want to play a bit of an upset, who could they look to challenge? So I think this is a very interesting phase to be in, having the teams presented with that opportunity to really showcase all the homework that they could potentially have done, if any at all. But yeah, a lot of angles also then being held. I mean, more specifically referring to the players here from GEEKAY. Look at that beautiful 2-2 split. So they've got Hope and Ragnar, a little bit more focus on towards that western side. And then, of course, we got Santa and Hope all the way down into the RUKH position. And again, a great bit of leverage that they can look to apply from here.
Yeah, I really do like some of the positions that we're seeing already from these teams. Twisted Mind all the way over towards that Milta position, right alongside rotation that we saw there from Sly. So they took quite a jump all the way from that western side of Quest into the side of Milta. So putting them right between, of course, Twisted Minds and Clear. Right above to the north of them, we do see NASR. So we'll be interested to see how that might pan out for the time being. At least they are within that zone. They have that time just to settle and get themselves ready. Of course, here towards that western side, as we can see, we have quite a plethora of teams that are looking to also get themselves well situated. And this western side is going to be the focus for us moving into these next phases, of course. So we've got the Quest, R8, and of course Vision that needs to move in. We've got RUKH coming through from the northern side. We've got Falcon Whites all the way in Promosk having to make that rotation through, and Virtual Gaming very cheekily over towards that military base island, which I quite like. I like that we still give that military base island a little bit of a high five every now and then.
I mean, you got to deal out those high fives, so it's a great boost to morale getting a virtual high five. I mean, but obviously you don't have to, you can't overdo it, otherwise you are going to be knocking your monitor over or your device out of your hand. There's so many things that could happen, but speaking about things that could also happen is, I'm quite excited to see whether or not FALCONS White are going to be looking to replicate the performance that they brought through in the previous MEA, because we know they got the winner chicken dinner on the very first game. So the expectation is there to some extent, but Vision also performed exceptionally. They came through with 14 eliminations, and that really does set quite a bit of a standard.
Look, it makes a statement, like we said. We saw that statement also with NASR in that little bit of a show match. So just a hey, we can do this. We're going to take you out. But it gives the teams an idea and an expectation. Like we said, some of the top teams, the teams that have been performing well up until this point, they have those expectations on their back, and it's up to them to uphold that and hopefully do better, and just keep, making us speechless as we watch them just absolutely dominate this game. But it will prove difficult depending on how the surroundings of the teams are going to be looking like, how the rest of that platform, how these teams are going to be bringing through their own performances and hopefully showcasing a much more competitive stance. Because at the end of the day, DK, we are here to watch some esports. We are here to enjoy some competition. So yes, as much as it's fun to see one team just absolutely dominate, we need to see that competition. We need to see the teams fighting to the last possible minute to get themselves into that PMGC slot, because then we know they're going into that next competition, into the next stage at a much better level.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to see, right? So I'm curious to know. Who's going to be the team to take this one, because if we compare the two respective regions in their own PMPLs, NIGMA Galaxy, quite dominant over on towards the Arabia side. And then if we look over onto Africa, RUKH Esports, they were the dominant force when it came to Erangel. So I'm curious as to whether or not it's going to be one of them. Or of course, as I mentioned before, maybe it could be the side of GEEKAY sneaking in a bit of a play here. But if we look at, season to season comparison, there is also quite a bit to look at here. What we've been seeing the teams doing in past games, past events, how they've been looking to just bring in a few surprises. I mean, GEEKAY, they held back quite a bit within their respective PMPL all the way back in spring, coming with an absolute pop-off performance moving in towards the championship itself. So I'm wondering if even more teams are going to be looking to adopt that approach, right? Reserving all the surprises for this championship itself.
Look, it definitely would prove to be a very interesting championship if that is the case, because like we said, the teams have done what they needed to do to get to this point, absolutely. And for some of the teams, it's been an easy road. For some of them, it's been an incredibly difficult one. So if there is a new standing, let's take NASR as an example, just because we had that wonderful show match. They had a very difficult spring split, and now if they can start today and improve on the MEA spring fall split performance, then we could be having a different conversation. Then we could say, okay, well, I mean, I thought we were going to be talking about NIGMA Galaxy. I thought we were going to be talking about, FALCONS White, but there might be other teams that are going to completely take that ranking, and it might start with the way in which you're seeing these rotations again. Like we said, that Western rotation was the focus, and now as all the teams are cramming into this next slot, I mean, we have the likes of FALCONS and Virtual Gaming still yet to join the party, and now look at Twisted Minds. Goodbye. All of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, it is quite the players. The World of Battle now are going to be battling to survive. Down to 2 they go. It's Krona and Mohammed now going for a little bit of a hidey hole down in the underground section. But I love the contention coming through. We do see quite a bit of focus of the teams now situated more towards the southern sides with the utilities as XENON look to step it up. This is exactly what we want to see. R8 now going to try and see whether or not they can survive the onslaught, but Senkei, it seems like they mean business. It was Prestige already brought to their knees, but a quicker response does exactly the same thing into Senkei.
Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to go a different way, but unfortunately we can see the split now from XENON. They did make that rotation. However, it is, sending in one player, having the 2 back when you've got a player literally in the battlefield with another team. There is that timing issue, unfortunately, and they just weren't quite quick enough to get that return from R8. They did do a great amount of damage. I mean, R8 now being reduced down and, having to regather themselves before they move on into the rest of this chaos. But it is not over just yet. We can see just in that exact area, there's quite a few more teams still rotating on in. We still got Quest potentially moving up a little bit closer to that center line just behind those compounds. So they have the opportunity to get involved, but that zone, just keeps going on to south. And that is really going to favor the likes of Twisted Minds and Sly even, who have made that rotation through.
It's going to be a tough one. Ooh. But now, FALCONS going to try and at least hold on to a little bit of ground here. We are yet to see those eliminations come through now for the side of FALCONS themselves. But again, looking to play in from that southern side, it does put them on a familiar footing. So I don't think FALCONS are going to be feeling all too bothered about it. Again, it just comes down to how they look to prioritize these plays. Are they going to focus all their efforts right down onto the Virtual Gaming squad, or are they instead going to be taking a bit of a swing over onto Sly? Because Sly, even though they have a position perched up on the hill, it's still going to put them in some bit of a vulnerability here as they do take this approach. And of course the garage, not necessarily the easiest place to pull into.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely not the easiest place, nor is it the most secure. I mean, just a couple of nades, those vehicles go boom, and all of a sudden, you've got a bit of a battle in the top floor. So we'll have to wait and see how that is going to return. I do want to start seeing who is going to be taking that aggression, who is going to be taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance. I mean, obviously we had XENON picking up those 2 points, looking great for them. They unfortunately had to say goodbye to Senkei, who got those 2 points in the process, but it is a great start. For the rest of the teams, it's been very quiet. They're still making those rotations in. They're still trying to find their footing. R8 even taking a split now with a 3-1 towards XENON's position. Not quite really committing to it, but still looking for that information whilst ensuring that they're not opening themselves up to the surrounding teams, which I like to see. We've got GEEKAY also taking a bit of a slower, stilted approach, but they could end up right behind R8 Esports.
They could definitely end up right behind them, and it's all gonna come down to, again, prioritization. Ooh, but RUKH now gonna get dropped on down as Quest. Well, almost bite off a little bit more than they can chew, and Easy is not gonna have this one be all too kind to them. As you can see, clear vision. I like the spread coming through from them, and I'm very curious to see what VanKid is gonna be doing. I mean, VanKid just popped off quite a bit over in the PMPL itself, so I'm hopeful for a little bit of that carnage to find its way on through. But of course, speaking about carnage, right? GEEKAY, the defenders, the first team to get the winner chicken dinner in the previous MEA Championship. Well, smooth sailing. Not yet found themselves any eliminations, but they do have a decent region to push through.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, they had an opportunity to go towards that western side. They rotated on through, went to the north, very close to Brutal Force, rather. I keep wanting to say Fruities, so this is your fault. Anyway, right alongside that prison location, so an opportunity for them just, again, to get some information. It's not going to be easy for them to get settled just yet. That zone is also going to force the issue. As we can see, Twisted Minds once again in prime location.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the opportunity, right? We got Crypto, Evo Station, Dadin, all holding nice and steady, holding onto the lovely timber, or rather the plantation there, the lumber yard. I had to find the right word to speak of, but we do see Coops also now getting dropped on down. GEEKAY feeling quite a bit of the heat here, as the Brute Fruit, as you were saying, or as we all know, it's also then the Brute Force squad are going to be looking, so hold on. I mean, it's tough, right? We got Vision laying in a bit of heat coming through from that eastern side, but then we still have XENON, and the rest of the teams are on to the west. GEEKAY Santa holding on to the edge of zone, and things are not looking all too hopeful here for GEEKAY.
Unfortunately not. It was a slow approach for them to get into that northern side, unfortunately. We did see a lot of teams already in a position where they had, you know, the prime locations. They had every angle covered. They were waiting for those rotations in, and then unfortunately they just get themselves into a crossfire, which, yeah, it is the risk that we do see with late rotations, but it was the choices that they had to make. And again, the zone always will have a part to play. So we'll have to wait and see what the solo here from GEEKAY Esports can actually manage. Maybe a couple of points, a couple of eliminations would be lovely to add. But it is not going to be easy. Twisted Minds have just been relaxing up here in the zone for time and time again, while we see XENON once again finding a very tough engagement. And as the split that they're taking, it's not leaving them much room for recovery.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty tough one to bounce back from here. But R8, I like the approach that they're taking, holding a decent spread. Yes, sure, they might have been a knock, but they were able to get themselves back up onto their feet. So Prestige will be ready to fight yet another zone, and this is now the chance for R8 to see if they can bring that aggression through. Can they pick up Brute Force? Can they pick up the side here of XENON and clear their pathway moving up in towards the next zone? Well, at least we know the team that got the chicken dinner in the previous MEA Championship are not going to be able to do it, as we do see GEEKAY getting eliminated all the way in 14th position with not a single elimination up. But look at that spray though from Neos.
Hello. This is what we need, DK. Unfortunately, though, it puts themselves on the pedestal. It puts themselves there with the target on their back, and that's exactly the sort of return that we would be expecting. Vision jumping in at the opportunity, and will be happy to take maybe one, maybe two eliminations away from the likes of Brute Force. Oh, as you get rewarded for that fantastic spray, it is an immediate turnaround for these teams.
Ooh. Still so much to manage here. R8 going to be showing up quite aggressively as they come knocking on the door. Brute Force are going to be losing mind, and Prepot just holding steady, trying to keep themselves out of harm's way now for R8. It is all down to XENON, as all the teams towards this northern side focus their efforts and look to just bring in as much disruption as they can. XENON also just narrowly finding a good position to rotate up in towards, but again, it is not looking easy for anybody. I mean, even RTG, they've been dealing blows all over the place, and now they have a little bit of hard cover to play off of, waiting in anticipation to see where this next zone is going to be taking us.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a little bit of an opportunity potentially to get that solo from R8 out of the competition. But then immediately they're going to have to turn their attention here towards Clear, who will be rotating right up behind them towards that northern side. So unfortunately, the challenge does not stop just yet. And I mean, if we take a look at it, it's a 1-1-1 split. Going to be very tough to keep those numbers up high, especially coming through for the likes of Sly Esports with their 1-2-1 splits. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be taking that first initial engagement, who is going to trigger an absolute onslaught.
Yeah, I think it could even be a bit of an avalanche because, I mean, I wanted to say we are going to be looking at a potential snowball effect, but this is, I think, even more than that. Seeing that we've got so many teams spread out all around the northern approach leading in towards the zone, but actually looking down on towards Virtual Gaming Squad, they've got a beautiful setup all the way on that far southern side. They've got a decent bit of hard cover to try and play off of, but the Falcons, NASR, could maybe bring a bit of a disruption in there as well. Meanwhile, Sly and everybody over on towards that western side, just holding on for dear life, trying to get themselves situated. In RTG, I mean, they're going to have their handful now with teams just rushing on their position.
Yeah, this is unfortunately both the joy and the pain that we do see from these early engagements. The early positioning does allow you that opportunity to get a couple of rotations, get a couple of stragglers, but it also forces you to be the gatekeepers for teams having to make those rotations in. And if you're not ready, you might be taken on out with the rotation. We can see Vision already having to make that rebate, having to get themselves into the zone. They weren't quite happy with their current position, and unfortunately, as a result, they will be taking shots through from Twisted Minds, who just managed to get themselves into that next phase. RUKH Esports right behind them. NASR out still in the outskirts, trying to get a handle on the zone. It is not going to be easy by any means necessary with RUKH Esports now also side by side giving that challenge to NASR when they still have Twisted Minds right up ahead of them, but an opening here could mean RUKH Esports have found a foothold in this next zone.
It's going to be of the utmost importance here for the success of RUKH Esports, and as you know, Twisted, they are not going to let this one slide for free, but we do see Pusher flying right on in, but down they go. They do bring with them quite a bit of an upset, but they're now having to defend as all the pressure rides solely on their shoulders. This is definitely not the position that you want to find yourself in, but a great opportunity, great chance. And quite a bit of an upset in the making here, coming through on the side of RUKH. I mean, we've got Default, we've got Rami, a very formidable force to try and contest this compound.
And they have to. Unfortunately, they're running out of options. It's either take on Twisted Minds, who've already taken a hit or a couple of hits, or it is going to be taking on the likes of NASR, who still have yet to get a member dropped and who are still up in full force. So, RUKH Esports, I mean, they made one of the better decisions in the situation, but that zone is still going to be a factor. We do say goodbye to R8 Esports, unfortunately. It's very tough as a solo to stay alive when you're facing off two teams right in front of you, so it's understandable. But RTG will be very rewarded for that situation. Zone and around the corner, waiting to see how this is going to shift that focus.
Well, there's definitely going to be quite a bit of a shift to come through here as we are waiting to see how these teams are going to be moving forward. We know the zone taking a slight reposition over towards that more eastern side. But Clear Vision, great opportunity. They could definitely gatekeep the living heck out of the side of RTG. But RTG, I like the good awareness that they're showing here. I mean, they're not necessarily looking to make any faults at this point. Doing their due diligence, trying to play the hard covers as best they possibly can. And we do see a beautiful opening now being created there, more towards that southern side. They could potentially still rotate up. But Clear Vision, going to be biting off a little bit more than they intended, as we do see Vito getting brought to their knees, and this is the opportunity now for RTG.
Unfortunately, you have to be hot on the trigger. If you're not going to be able to take that team member down, you need to get back into cover. But now we can see that turnaround coming through. Clear Vision, they thought they were going to be the ones aggressing this position. They thought they were going to be the ones taking these eliminations. But RTG are back with vengeance.
Ooh, come on. RTG. They've not lost a single player just yet, but they are dealing absolute devastation into the side of Clear Vision. Focus with a quick response, but down there goes the third-party play, comes on through RTG. Now cleared to progress forward over in towards the zone. But a phenomenal play coming through here from Clear Vision. 8 eliminations, or rather 8th place, is where they got taken on out. But a very strong approach, and what a play, what a start to the day for them.
Back in the action. I love to see this. A great back and forth that we've seen from these teams. It hasn't been a one-sided battle too much. We've seen a lot of payback in those situations. We've seen a lot of teams being ready for that aggression, being ready for the rebates, and to retake that position back time and time again. it's proving really good. It's proving to that competitive level that we were alluding to, that we were hoping to see. Now, however, it is going to be Nade central here for the likes of Falcons. We see already one going down. The second follow-up should be there shortly, and it might not be looking good here for Falcons White.
Well, let's see. Are they going to be able to spread their wings and survive? Doesn't look all too hopeful now with Virtual Gaming Squad mounting a full-on assault here. I love the approach here. I mean, look at this. Virtual Gaming Squad could definitely get the upper hand. We do say goodbye to Twisted Minds in the meanwhile as well, as they will have to pack up their bags. And now, the hit is in. That is Falcons out of here. 7th place with 2 eliminations. Virtual Gaming Squad now. I love this momentum that they're starting to find. But of course, looking at the side of Vision, phenomenal position up in center zone.
I just wanted to say I've been enjoying NASR, and then unfortunately Vision just wants to rain on my parade, but I'm going to continue with my thought. NASR have been making a very interesting rotation. Unfortunately, it has kept them quite passive as they've been sticking to the outskirts, and now, as they immediately want to put their foot into the zone, they get greeted with a crossfire here between Vision and, of course, the likes of RUKH. So, very difficult position that they're going to be finding themselves in. Virtual Gaming will be able to jump in as well, so the carnage just continues. Oh, there is no safety at this moment in time, and that's going to be due to the zone, DK. I mean, looking at the terrain that they have to work with, it's ridgeline after ridgeline, and unfortunately, just because you're at the top does not mean you have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, even for Vision, if they are going to be looking to clutch this one out, right, they're going to have to find substantial positioning here because they are quite exposed, and now it's going to be a RUKH Esports looking to capitalize on that fact as they come through with a clean sweep, and that is it. They now take control of center zone, but again, quite a few teams going to be holding in the vicinity. We still see the players here from Slime Machine just on the outskirts of zone, yet to find their position moving forward. Virtual Gaming Squad also going to be looking to sneak in from that southern side, but again, right, RUKH Esports, even though they have the high ground, it doesn't mean that they've got the best position. It could still lean in favor of our southern teams here.
As we take a look at it now, of course, Sly, they have been keeping up to their name. They have somehow, some way, just been keeping very sneakily towards these outskirts and just been keeping to themselves, making sure that they don't pick fights that they aren't ready to win. However, even with holding this outskirt position, they have been able to pick up a great amount of eliminations, getting themselves into this position, a great foundation that can only be bested with a winner-winner chicken dinner on top that will really set themselves up strongly for this first Erangel of the day. But looking at the split, it is going to be a tough one. RUKH Esports having to split up so far just to keep themselves in play, just to keep themselves at least as much information as they possibly can with these surrounding teams. And now, of course, NASR still feeling the brunt of those crossfires.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if XENON is going to be able to make it back into safety. I mean, you know, mad respect to XENON for managing to survive up until this point, as we are approaching the end of our 7th stage. But Default also now having to just find a little bit of a reproach there as they get themselves situated just ahead, as the zone is going to be giving its way, showing us where these teams will have to move. But regardless of where it goes, this is still going to be quite a bit of a challenge for all our remaining teams here. And, ooh, now RUKH Esports find themselves smack dab center. They have the controlling position, and Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be looking to rush on in. That is XENON down, NASR getting shipped away. But a great opportunity here for RUKH Esports to try and steal the show. The Slime Machine, the only team still holding on with a full squad, and this could still work out in their favor.
This is what I've been saying. Slime Machine, I don't know how they've done it, but they've managed to keep themselves completely safe. A full squad up, keeping to the outskirts, and they're still picking up eliminations. They are still finding ways to stay aggressive and picking up a massive amount of points. And now, like I said, they're up for that winner-winner chicken dinner, potentially, if they can find the positions here of RUKH Esports and take them out systematically.
Well, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal for the side here of Slime Machine. Let's see if they are going to be able to get their hands on that winner-winner chicken dinner. I mean, they've got the numbers. Neither team really has the advantage at this point, so I'm curious to see how they are going to be looking to push through this. But I mean, this is a phenomenal play coming through for Slime Machine. As we know, they missed out on the previous MEA, and now that they found themselves here, they are looking to make quite a bit of a name for themselves, right? Looking to show up as aggressively as they can, and so far, things are looking pretty good, pretty decent for them, but it's all going to come down to how they deal with this next zone, because both Sly and RUKH Esports, both teams are sitting on 8 eliminations apiece, but again, it comes down to how they handle this next shift, this next stage.
Absolutely. Slide Machine, they've had that opportunity to get some practice. They, like you said, they're new for us in terms of the MEA stage, but they've had that opportunity to go to the drawing board to get an idea of what exactly is their winning streak, what is their win condition, and what do they need to ensure that they're going to be bringing home the win. Right now looking very good, but they do need to get a handle on these positions here from RUKH Esports, as they're currently delaying them and they're currently making it extremely difficult for them to rotate on up. That zone is just going to continue constricting away at their potential spacing, so they need to unfortunately be the ones to make the move.
Let's see if that is going to pan out. Now the blue zone is going to be finding its way in. Steezy finds the trade. That is going to be default brought to their knees. RUKH now holding on to a 2-piece, but is this going to be the play now for Sly? They still have the advantage, but if they get too close, these utilities can definitely cause quite a bit of damage. And now Rami coming through with a strafe, sneaking in behind. Oh, the response is in though. Pusher trying to defend the honor here of RUKH, and still it is 13 versus Pusher. Oh, this volley could be the one to seal the fate, but it doesn't seem like it reaches all the way across just yet. Now Pusher gonna have to try and defend as 13 makes the play. The push trying to climb the hill. The damage is in. 13 still looking absolutely phenomenal and could still maybe turn this one around. But Pusher managing to get that mid back in, and up comes the damage. We now switch to the shotties, and RUKH Esports secures themselves the victory, getting the very first what a chicken dinner in the MEA Fall split.
Making me eat my words. I like it. No, absolutely congratulations to RUKH Esports. I mean, that was a very difficult hold, and again, it was over the back of that fantastic individuality that we saw coming through from RUKH Esports, managing to clutch a situation that obscure in terms of all of the things that Sly were throwing at them. They had the better positioning, they had the better numbers, they had the utility, they had the ammo, and they were poised and ready to take. Utilizing the terrain to absolute perfection, and just that final shot was so satisfying. So wow, what a start. A first Erangel done and dusted.
I mean, there's a reason why RUKH Esports were able to secure in excess of 180 eliminations on the map of Erangel, right? They just showed that they are the dominating force, not only in their respective PMPL, but also when it comes to our very first Erangel right here today. So phenomenal play, 22 points being awarded to them, hitting the double-digit elim count. And of course, we can see Sly Machine and Virtual Gaming Squad also then finishing on double digits, but a very heavy hand being played here. Even Clear Vision finding themselves 8 eliminations, but unfortunately not a single placement point to accompany that.
Like we said, it's that shift in focus that we've seen for the teams, staying aggressive, staying on the lookout for those eliminations. It is a double-edged sword, unfortunately. Yes, it is absolutely great to get yourself some early elimination points, but it could cost you the win in the end of it. And we can see, like you said, a very top-heavy match ranking that we've been seeing. Our top teams absolutely were dominating. I mean, between, as we saw, RUKH Esports and Sly, it could have gone either way. We could have either seen Sly with the double digits or RUKH, but that final engagement just went down in absolute perfection. So look, it's a tough start, but it is the reality that these teams are going to be facing for the next couple of days, especially today where we have an Erangel heavy map day. They need to step it up, and they need to be ready for a lot more action.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be quite exciting to see whether or not RUKH Esports will be able to maintain that consistency. But of course, taking a quick look at our absolute stars coming through from this past match, you can see Pusher there from RUKH, locking in the most eliminations as well as the most damage. So a very dominating play coming through from their end. And of course you have Foz, right? Having a very decent arm, being able to lock in those nades, get the eliminations. But this is the kind of start that we want to see, right? The teams being dealt a very comfortable zone to start off the proceedings, but the way that they were just pushing through it, I am so excited to see what this will hold for the rest of the day.
And this is what I was saying in terms of what we saw, the differences between RUKH Esports and Sly. With RUKH, we had that individual prowess. We had one player that was just picking up absolutely fantastic elimination points and getting that damage in, which ultimately resulted in that win. As we take a look at these wonderful highlights, it started off with such a scattered approach, and then time and time again, we saw the aggressors, the teams that were starting the fights, being the ones that were being caught off guard.
Yeah, and I mean, it is quite surprising to see such a strong response being held. Just gotta love when players get uprooted and ripped out of those vehicles. It just is so amazing. But I think at this point, right, once we approach this hill, this is where things really started to become quite a bit of a challenge, because I mean, regardless of where you are on this hill, you could still look to leverage the position, right? Whether you're on the same elevation, slightly higher, slightly lower, it all comes down to how you handle the terrain. And at the end of the day, I mean, one team rose to the occasion. RUKH Esports happened to hold on to the top of the hill, and that just led them forward into that successful run to secure themselves the lovely winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, as you saw, just this final moment, this final opportunity, it was just Pusher once again stepping up to the plate, bringing in that individual skill and locking it down for their team. It was going to go either way. Both teams had such good opportunity, both teams had such great eliminations, but ultimately it was that firepower that made the win.
Well, speaking about wins, right, we are going to be celebrating our very first win in our first match here for the lovely MEA Championship, so be sure to stay tuned as we are going to be heading into a break, and don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a short few moments.
band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it a mess, you know? This is what you get when you're sitting as a...
Welcome back, guys. We are getting ready to hop into game number 2. Match number 1 went over to the side of RUKH Esports, bringing in a little bit of dominance coming through from the Africa side. And now let's head into a quick breakdown as well.
Yeah, as we saw, it really came down to that final few moments. When we were talking about it, it was that individual prowess just edging them across. We can see just a mere 200 damage in terms of that difference ultimately. And the assists were there, the eliminations were there, but ultimately it was RUKH Esports managing to find those final few moments, those final few winning conditions, getting them that first winner chicken dinner. And that's the first Erangel, DK, but of course, we're not going to go straight back into Erangel. We need to get to the Dusty Dunes first.
Yes, sir. We are going to be heading right down into the lovely, lovely Miramar to see what our teams are going to be doing here. And I'm curious to see which region is going to be the region to take the victory. Are we going to be seeing another Africa play come through, or will we have one of the teams from the Arabia region look to claim the prize here? Of course, as we know, our top performers from the respective regions, right? GEEKAY, the defenders when it comes to Miramar from Arabia. And then, of course, to the Africa side, it is going to be FALCONS White. So it could be either of these two teams that can claim the prize, right? RUKH Esports already showing that they are the team when it comes to Erangel. But who will be the one to step it up? Is it going to be the teams that I just called out, right? Will it be FALCONS or GEEKAY? Or potentially, could we have a bit of a surprise, right? Another team looking to come through with a bit of a shakeup.
That's going to be the question. And again, for the sake of the teams, I mean, right off of that crazy finish over towards Erangel, they get some more time this time around to get themselves situated and hopefully get themselves set up for a better finish over towards Miramar. They only have 2 of these today, so it is going to be quite an introduction with that zone heading all the way towards the east, including so much water. It is going to unfortunately cut down that zone pathing by quite a lot, DK, so it's basically the size of an Erangel zone now.
Pretty much. I mean, we could almost say it's the size of a bit of Sanhok as well. As we know, we are going to be heading into Sanhok once we head into match number 4. So maybe this is a bit of a warm-up round to see what the teams are going to be doing. But I'm looking at those 2 islands over on towards the eastern side, waiting in anticipation to see if we are going to have anything come through with regards to that. But it doesn't seem like anyone is going to be all too phased about it just yet. Yeah, maybe one day. Who knows? Who knows? But Los Leones, of course, having its regular visitors. We got NIGMA Galaxy, we got Sly, we got NASR, all going about their business. But I think the exciting part rather here is going to be how these teams make their rotations into this next zone, right? Because we had such a chill start over on Erangel. Now heading into Miramar, it's like, you know what? Let's up the ante. Let's see what these teams can do.
Yeah. I mean, the most chaotic that we had in the beginning of that Erangel was Sly finding a little bit of a bumper car over towards Quest Esports, and then everyone locked it down. Everyone focused on those rotations. We did see many late rotations, unfortunately, being the cause of teams going down earlier than what they would have wanted to. And that is going to string into a little bit of a change in direction moving into this Miramar. Hopefully the teams will be looking to ensure that that's not going to happen, especially considering we have such an eastern approach. So we might see a lot of teams making a much quicker approach into that zone once they are looted up and ready to see who's basically going to be the first ones to set themselves up. Already we've got the likes of Vision, we've got Sly, NASR, all the way over towards those Los Leones positions, as you mentioned, and they have an opportunity once again to be those gatekeepers, and we have an opportunity once again to see how Twisted Minds do the twist.
Yeah, I mean, they also have a few twisted cars in there as well, so you just gotta love the plays coming through here as they are just providing us with so much material. A very original material, I gotta say. So, thank you, Twisted Minds. Yeah, I mean, I say that and then I just let it slide. But either which way, maybe we'll use it a little bit later on. But in the meanwhile, it's gonna be Kalaga looking to sneak in as they do find the Dino. Down goes the first. That is our first blood being drawn, and Twisted Minds going to be starting off with essentially 3 players. Now it's going to be up to Crypto and Evo Station, as well as AZ, to come through with a bit of a response, maybe a bit of retaliation, as we do have Reva, oh, getting spotted out and just one hit away from getting dropped to their knees.
Oh, the damage numbers keep moving on in. We can see RTG already just finding that first knock at least, but looking to turn those eliminations up and ante. It's been a hit for hit, unfortunately, and right now Twisted Minds are going to be trying to get themselves out of the situation. Again, it's the aggressors that are just getting clapped back twice as hard every single time. Twisted Minds once again trying to pick a fight and having to ducktail out of there, unfortunately not being in the position to deal with it. We might see RUKH Esports actually doing a follow-up and going for the chase. Although the cars will be keeping their distance, they will be able to hopefully get out of there as soon as possible. But man, what a tough start on Miramar.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams now really showcase their talents because they had a nice play. Now it is time to get down to the serious business. Speaking about serious business, of course, we still have quite a few teams that are yet to rotate forward in towards the zone. NASR, the World of Battle, they are going to be contesting for possession of Puerto Pareso. So a lot of the upsets could be coming through here. But of course, if you can see also then Sly, NIGMA Galaxy, and even the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad also on the approach. So this is going to be quite the play, quite the match, and a lovely way to kick off our first Miramar for the MEA Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, why make it easy for the teams? Let's give them some of the worst bits of terrain that we actually have on Miramar, and let's make it as challengingly as we possibly can. Let's give them the less space. Let's give them everything that they don't want to start off on their first Miramar. So, yeah, this will be a very interesting first map for the teams. How they're going to be able to react to these tough corners, into the the smaller locations, into the lack of space that they actually have to work with, is going to be a question on our minds. You already see the World of Battle taking a look at NASR, and in a potential here to unfortunately lose some members. As we take a look at it, NASR, they just have some of that higher ground. If they have the utility to back it up, they could potentially go for it. We can see some rotations slowly but surely. So as they're trying to find that information already, here's the push. They got the information they needed. They even got an opener, and that might be the World of Battle as their signal to now leave.
Well, let's see whether or not NASR can follow through. I was just sitting here thinking about it, you know, looking at the specific region that they are fighting in, the terrain is not the most opportune to play off of. I mean,
Not at all.
these hills are pretty challenging. So I think the ideal approach here would be to get yourself on even ground in comparison to the team that you're looking to contest, right? So you're gonna literally either get up to the level or drop down to the level to face them head on. And speaking of which, Vito gonna be looking to bring in a little bit of a sneaky play here onto the back end of Clear Vision, and let's see if this is going to be the play, as Vision now will have to hold nice and steady. A lot of contention coming through as the teams continue to push through. I mean, Impala also now getting engaged, and I was looking at Clear to see exactly how they're going to be looking to push through this one, but it does seem like they are managing to hold their ground.
Yeah, I would want them to rotate out. They're very scattered at the moment, which is quite strange, but we can see that regroup already being called, as we do see the damage number now being punted through, with Vision now making a massive statement to say, back off, this is our location, this is our territory, and they might even be rewarded for that in terms of an elimination. There it goes, Clear already losing one, and that's off the back of that scattered approach. They were caught off guard, unfortunately, with that rotation, so they'll have to back it up and find themselves a new position to hold on to. Ooh, Vision even feeling a little bit confident, looking to maybe go get some extra loot, maybe even a further elimination. So we'll have to wait and see how that is going to turn out. We see a few stragglers in the form of RUKH Esports and, of course, Brute Force still having to find their way into zone. But thankfully for them, as the focus is on the east from the zone, the focus is also on the east from the team. So the northern sides and even the western approach is going to be clear sailing for RUKH and Brute Force to get themselves into zone.
Ooh.
And they need to do so very quickly.
Yes, the zone centers up right into Impala. I mean, my focus instantly turning down to the Falcons. Curious to see how they are going to be looking to play this. I mean, they are no strangers finding themselves in a situation like this. So the heat is going to be on. And I'm curious to see what their approach is to come through here. But as you pointed out, those teams rotating through from the north, they're going to have to add a little bit of haste to the play. As we know, the blue zone is no one's friend. Speaking about friends, Slime Machine gonna be looking to reacquaint themselves with a little bit of aggression as they are waiting for not only XENON but R8 to find a bit of an opportunity.
This is beautiful. Nice opportunity that we can see there with that drive-by coming through. A little bit of damage dealt, and it's going to give them the space that they need when I'm talking about XENON to actually get through this Valley of Doom. But it's not going to be over just yet. As the XENON makes their approach, they get right behind the likes of two members here from R8, immediately going for battle, immediately going for eliminations, finding one in immediate turnaround. But where is SK Ton? And unfortunately, they will be finding a little bit of a surprise over towards Marshall. Not quick enough into the window, though. And we'll have to wait and see. I don't think they're going to be able to recover from this.
Well, let's see whether or not any response could be brought in. I mean, now it is going to be a quick retreat, right? Prestige having no other option. They're going to have to find a more opportune position to get themselves relocated in towards. But fortunately, they do find exactly what they need, at least for the time being. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Falcons and Clear Vision getting ready for a bit of a showdown. Is P6 up on the front line, looking to shake things up as they come strafing on in. But again, not necessarily having the safety, the reinforcements of the rest of the crew as they do start to trickle on in. Puncher King dealing quite a devastating blow. And this is Falcons White now trying to show their dominance. And so far, I would say they are succeeding quite a bit.
Hello, it is about time that we say hi to Falcons White off of the back of a dominating performance in their respective PMPL. Now bringing in a little bit of that spice, a little bit of that flavor, as we mentioned, into the MEA stage. But of course, it's not going to stop there. We have a lot more contention, a lot more space that is up for grabs, and it is winner-winner, chicken dinner potential as we see these teams trying to get themselves their positions. The World of Battle constantly, unfortunately, finding themselves in the worst position. Even Virtual Gaming now getting involved to find the final straggler. And again, it's those rotations. It's that unfortunate timing that has been the nail in the coffin of the World of Battle. But we still have to see how this one is going to end. We've got two teams already that have had to bow out, and now for the rest, there's still a lot more terrain that they need to follow. There's a lot more trouble along their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one as we now see the zone coming to its senses, right? Pulling back onto the dry land. I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be quite satisfied with that. But I think an interesting play is going to come through from that southern edge, right? Virtual Gaming Squad looking to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. NIGMA Galaxy could be part of the welcoming committee to just escort them either into the lobby or up in towards the zone. Brute Force, a very interesting approach. I mean, it's like they're playing a more reserved angle here. Not going to be flying up in towards the zone just yet. Instead, trying to play a little bit of leapfrog, you know, one upon the other, trying to get themselves situated. But of course, RUKH Esports, phenomenal setup here as we've got Default just off in the distance. And this could be exactly the opportunity that RUKH or either Brute Force now need to find themselves a bit of an opportunity.
Well, for the likes of Brute Force, they've had the same brain cell moments as what we saw with RUKH. They were both the two teams that we saw straggling on out. Brute Force actually took a much more eastern approach, coming through all the way from the side of Mendita to get themselves into this position right behind the likes of RUKH Esports. So a little bit of a same brain cell moment coming through, and now they have that potential to surprise RUKH Esports if they haven't given away their position just yet. It does look like RUKH is aware that someone is behind them. You can see already looking out, waiting for that position, but the prime angle, the prime sneaky ability coming through in Spooktober, and that is going to be a ninja take to get themselves that first elimination. Now, we just have to see how the rest of RUKH Esports will handle, once again, a situation where they are being taken apart bit by a surprising team.
Well, I think this is a very good play coming through from Brute Force. I mean, they just slowly encroached up behind the side here of RUKH Esports. Now, finding that surprise opportunity. Prepod also got to do their due diligence, but a quick response, but it's not going to be quick enough as Eugene lays it down.
Oh no.
Speaking about down, Eugene sliding down the hill, almost hitting the water's edge, but look at that mind managing to sneak in a cheeky hit before, well, dropping to their knees.
This terrain hurts. This terrain hurts in every shape and form, DK, because one misstep, and as you can see, all of a sudden you go from spraying down an enemy to potentially falling into the water and getting sprayed down. So now Brute Force, they've had 2 of their members unfortunately be taken out, but that's a fantastic nade, a great opening now from Neos to finally get back. But once again, it's like deja vu. It's Pusher to hold on for RUKH Esports once again.
Oh, well. Brute Force just pulling it almost out of nowhere, managing to reclaim their footing as they start to push and aggress onto the side here of RUKH. Now, Pusher gonna have to keep the side of Brute Force at bay, but this is exactly the kind of upsets that we want to see, and to add to the pressure, the tension, the Blues already is gonna pop as well. But Brute Force, they could still very well have this one in the back, but how are they gonna play through this? Fortunately, neither team needs to rotate all too far to get themselves positioned back into this next phase.
Oh, what a tough battle. Pusher just constantly finding themselves in these 1vx situations where they need to clutch or unfortunately be kicked. And now they're going to be laying low, just holding on, waiting for Brute Force to make that rotation in and hoping that they forget about him. Because, yeah, that's not going to be a tough fight to take this 1v3. And see, still looting up, getting themselves ready for this rotation, at least vehicles in hand so they don't have to worry about slipping off that hilltop. Although, fine, you gotta accelerate, my man, if you want to get out of here. I hope they didn't just run out of fuel.
That'd
I think they did. Yeah, they just turned around. Oh, no.
Well, you gotta
it's fine.
You gotta do your 7-point inspection before getting into the vehicle, as we know, right? You gotta check the tires, you gotta check the fuel, you gotta check the seats, the safety belts, everything in between as well. But in the meanwhile, speaking about safety belts, we are gonna be hopping straight over to the side of RTG. I don't know what the correlation there is, but we'll take it. And of course, speaking about taking it, let's take a quick look at the replay coming through as well.
A bit of a surprise coming through from NIGMA Galaxy, just to highlight them once again. I mean, they've been feeling good. They've been having a very good day. So now they just need to hunker down. Already 4 eliminations in the pockets. To add on that little bit of a placement point, maybe even a winner chicken dinner, and they could be cooking a fantastic set of points for that overall standings. But of course, GEEKAY Esports now coming through from that southwestern side, right to the south of them. As we were just talking about NIGMA, they are actually making an approach, potentially getting closer and closer to GEEKAY's current position. We do have Falcon White a little bit up towards the northern side of NIGMA Galaxy, so that 2-2 split from NIGMA makes absolute sense, as they need to get as much information as possible before making an approach. And this is going to be an interesting one. We have a few stragglers in the form of, potentials that could bring some upsets. We've got still that one solo from R8 Esports somehow, some way staying alive, and of course Pusher has managed, for the time being, to stay hidden from the likes of Brute Force.
Yeah, well, pushers should definitely not push their luck here, because positioning is going to be of the utmost importance. But in the meanwhile, we will turn our focus back onto this western side. Kalaga getting down on their knees, getting dirty, sneaking in alongside XENON. As you can see, Senkei and the rest of the crew all just huddled up in that little compound. But again, it's all going to come down to how this next phase shifts, because we still have the players from Quest holding just to the north of their current location. So there's going to be a lot of tension, a lot of pressure starting to build. And of course, you can add the players from GEEKAY into that mix. So once the zone is delivered, I think these teams are really going to try and bring everything they can to the battlefield.
They have to, DK. Only 4 days. We keep saying it. And I know the zone is horrible. I know. I don't know who made the zone gods angry today, but you have to deal with it. This has to be one of your opportunities to bring in points. So any and every opportunity is going to matter. Very interesting situation that we're seeing. We're not going to be heading through to those eastern islands, unfortunately. We never get what we like, DK. But it does mean that we still have a wild terrain to work with. And if it shifts towards those compounds of vision, we have an even tougher battle for these teams, because then, as we were talking about them slipping off, yeah, well, it's going to continue. Now, all of a sudden, Vision Esports have a massive advantage to be the only team with a compound in zone.
I mean, that could be a very, very interesting play indeed to come through here. But you know what could also be quite interesting? This approach coming through from the side of NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, they're sneaking up behind the players of NASR. And NASR now having to defend their honors. They do find the opening play on towards Lord. Now Coops trying to get the vehicle just out of harm's way. But again, the elevation could be elevated and really leveraged upon. As you can see, Freak cooking up a little bit of spice, looking to let it loose. Off it goes. Is it going to find its point? It gets quite close, but not finding the sufficient damage that they are looking for. I mean, Freak, Raouf, Coops, formidable force. But how are they going to look to establish themselves moving through this one, right? Are they going to be finding a bit of a play to make? And yes, elevation can be elevated upon. 100% correct, as having me make a bit of a chuckle as we do see Carry Boy getting ended right there.
Yeah, look, there's a lot going on right now. English is going to be flying out of the window as we wait to see how these teams are going to manage this next zone rotation. Elevation can be elevated upon DK, absolutely, but it is going to be a descent for the teams at this moment in time. Heading towards that compound of vision, heading towards this position that we highlighted here from NIGMA Galaxy, it is just going to get worse and worse. Every step, every ridgeline is going to be exposing themselves more and more. And behind every ridgeline, of course, there's a couple of teams that are looking to take you out, NASR being just one of them. GEEKAY already feeling pain as Ragnar goes down as well. NIGMA Galaxy chiming in, and all of a sudden we could be seeing NIGMA Galaxy going back into the lobby, unfortunately.
Well, as we know, behind every strong team, there's another strong team waiting to capitalize on a bit of a third-party opportunity. So NASR actually finding themselves in a very sweet situation here because they've been able to stand their ground and fend off all the advances being thrown at them. Now GEEKAY gonna try their hand at it, and I'm curious to see whether or not GEEKAY are gonna be able to get that play. NASR cooking up the nade. Santa, ooh, could receive a bag full of goodies, and that is exactly what XENON does. First one in, second one loose, and down they go. Now Gaith having to hold on for the honor of GEEKAY, and I absolutely love this upset coming through from the side of NASR.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we've been wanting. After, you know, that little bit of a zombie show match, we saw that they had that capability to be that aggression, to be that team that is taking eliminations. And now, finally, we get a taste of it. We're even going to be going for that finish over towards Gates. You got to jump out of the vehicle now, man. Ooh, not too fast enough. Even a second for Gates. How is he getting away with this? J7 has to be the return on him. No. No way. 3 down we go.
Wow. Gaith, I mean...
Clutch, man.
Yeah,
Clutch.
mad respect. Mad respect. That was insane. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through. But Gaith's not out of the woods just yet. I know this is the desert, but imagine there were woods here. And no, NASR also going to be holding on to Solo, as you can see Spec all the way over towards that eastern edge. But Sly stepping up to the plate yet again, as they are going to be looking to bring in as much of an upset here as they can. FALCONS also looking for a bit of a position to get themselves secured in, but we do say goodbye to Twisted Minds as they get sent out in 10th place. Ooh, P6 though. Oh, getting instant karma on that play.
Oh, there's a lot of karma to be shared. It's not looking so good for some of these surrounding teams. Just when you think you have an upper hand, unfortunately, once again, these individuals step up to no end. It's what we saw with Pusher in that previous Erangel match, and now Gaith once again just having to double on down. Falcon White making a rotation in. Great eliminations for them so far, but they've been relegated now down to 2 members, and they're stuck between both Sly, Quest, and a solo from RTG. So have to be very wary of their current surroundings and take it as slow as possible. However, now we have to take a look at this. We've got stragglers from GK, we've got stragglers from NASR, who obviously are going to be focusing on one another because how dare they let Gate take 3 of their members. And now we have a few more towards the center. Vision, on the other hand, has taken that 2-2 split. Oh my goodness! And Falcons have just taken a couple of bullets to the face.
I mean, Sly, they could definitely pack quite a bit of a punch here. I mean, yeah, sure, they only have 2 players left and not the most opportune position to play from, but they are going to try and bring everything that they can muster. It's now Teak trying to defend the rotation. 13 gets the job done as the Falcons will fall in 9th place with 6 eliminations up. What? Absolutely insane play coming through from 13. Already 5 eliminations as an individual.
I mentioned this before, and I'm gonna ask the question again. I want to know how Sly do it time and time again. Oh, and again, just this clutch. I mean, I would like to say words right now, but I feel like silence is just due for Gabe. This was disgusting. But going back to Sly, time and time again, they find themselves a way to just have these perfect rotations, managing the perfect balance between staying quiet, staying hidden, staying safe, and still taking fights, still managing to pick off those eliminations, bolstering their overall points. Yes, they're still relegated down to 2, so it's not as, clean of a rotation as what we saw on Erangel, but they're bringing something, DK. There's a spice to Sly that I'm going to be very interested to see if it continues.
Yeah, I have to say that I'm right there with you. I'm curious to see if Sly can maintain this momentum moving forward. Of course, now a great opportunity available here for the side of Quest. 2 potential eliminations waiting in the wing, but based on what we've seen so far, Sly, they are gonna look to contest this as best they can. Fahidan definitely need to watch out for those potential headshots, but of course a little bit of utility can go a very, very long way as Attacker takes quite a bit of a beating with regards to those utils. And also now we await the zone to jump on forward, and we do say goodbye to RUKH Esports as they will fall over on towards that western side of zone. But Sly Machine are going to be feeding the heat. Up comes Quest in full force, and 13 going to be looking to make that break. And so far, a very respectable escape. Ooh, but not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, no, it's just going to keep getting harder and harder. A little bit of a rotation now into that next phase. We can see Sly Machine, once again, just setting up alongside some of the stragglers. Time and time again, these solos are going to be finding one another, and that's just because we don't have enough space. A nice little bit of a nade being sent out. Sly will be holding on just for the next few moments, but a potential push will need to be made at some point. They cannot just sit idly by while they get naded, and unfortunately that is going to be the result. So one more towards the side of GEEKAY Esports. Vision still, they're cooking something, taking now from a 2-2 split into that 3-1 split. They've been very quiet. Even though they've had that positional advantage, they haven't taken any engagements. They've just let teams fly on by. They literally just let Brute Force now rotate right past them to get that final straggler from NASR. So it's a dangerous game that they're playing at the moment because they need to start getting eliminations.
Yeah, but I think Vision are going to be looking to play the long game, right? They're definitely going to be looking to play for positioning, play for those placement points, and looking to see if they can maybe even get their hands on that winner chicken. Then I have to agree with you. We need to see even more elims getting picked up by them. But as we are now down to only 4 teams, the plot does thicken as Quest look to make quite a bit of noise. You can see the brief breeze just over on towards that eastern edge of the zone. And again, no one really looking to take the plunge to get themselves situated up in towards center zone, aside from poor old Rio there from RTG. But they've been there for a minute, right? They've been holding on to that position, that little shack, for quite some time, trying to see if they could maybe find some opportunity being presented from that. Speaking of which, though, Vision are going to start their rotation, disengaging from the hardcover, and is this going to be quite costly to them? I mean, you can see Quest just looking to lean in quite heavily here.
On the bright side here for Vision, because they have been that team that has stayed so quiet, they still have a lot of utility. They have all of their resources up to the cap that in what they need. So for the next couple of fights, they will be that team with maximum resources. They will be that team sitting pretty in terms of that. However, the angles might not quite be in their favor. We can see that zone once again just centering up, so it's not completely thrown away their positional advantage, but pun not intended, but quite literal, they will be taking an uphill battle as we take a look at Brute Force right up ahead of them, and of course the likes of Quest that will be able to beam down on their current position. So timing their peaks is going to be crucial in these next couple of engagements if they want to stay hidden. And for RTG, I don't know how the solo is going to stay alive, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a
little bit of luck is going to be needed.
Yeah. I mean, I think the best case scenario here for Rio would be Quest, Brute Force, and Vision all engaging, but it doesn't seem to be the best case scenario. Instead, it is going to be easy trying to inspect, trying to get a bit of a third-party angle to see inside without putting themselves in danger. But I think Easy has drawn the conclusion, right? There is indeed someone inside, and now, ooh, they look to close it up as we see the end of RTG, but Vision also coming through with a bit of a setup here.
Yeah, and again, there is an opportunity now set up ahead of them. Hopefully they'll be able to get the final number of eliminations, because then they're shooting with an absolute great amount of eliminations moving into the final leaderboard. We've got Quest up now currently with 8 with that final hit. and of course Brute Force tying in with Vision Esports with 4 apiece each. So plenty of opportunity. We've got a 4-3-3 split, and that does mean there are plenty more points, other than, of course, that winner-winner chicken dinner still up for grabs. But it is going to be a 3-way fight, and it's going to come down to who takes that trigger first.
Well, let's see who will be the one to find it as we now await the teams. Brute Force trying to build up a bit of momentum as they start to climb the hill. Quest right there alongside them. But I think Vision are going to be finding themselves in the most challenging position indeed, especially now that we are in the 9th stage. So this means no more zone. It is only blue. But they do have about 2 minutes and a bit of change left on the clock until that is going to start to apply all that pressure on top of them. As you can see, slowly starting to advance up as the blue zone comes in. Vision trying to lay at least a bit of a smoke road so they can get themselves closer to the center. And this is the opportunity now for Brute Force and Quest to maybe focus their efforts down onto the side of Vision.
There we go, a little bit of utility being sent out, just trying to feel the water, see what they can do easy. Trying to get some more information before they make this final push. We do know that they have that looming threat of Vision Esports to keep in mind. Ridgeline could provide them a little bit more cover. We've got a little bit of smokes now being deployed by Vision as they want to get closer to the action. The zone not quite playing into their favor, unfortunately. And Brute Force now having to be those defenders. A very dangerous angle that they're going to be holding onto both Quest and Vision. They peek for one, they expose themselves to the other. And this is not going to be an easy fight whatsoever. It's going to come down to those initial engagements. We can already see Fahidan looking for that opening over towards Vision. And, I mean, that would be the golden moment. It is a 4v3v3.
It's some pretty tough stacking that we have coming through here. But already now, speaking about tough, Vision going to be feeling quite a bit of the heat. Brute Force also getting dealt a very heavy hand as Ado now is the last hopeful, trying to pull the team back into safety as we do see Neos and Mind now getting ended. Ado about to fall, and that is it. Vision feeling quite a bit of the pressure here as well. This could be the play now for Quest. They still have 3 players up. You can see Vision down to 1, so Saif, good luck, and well, there we have it. The winner chicken dinner going straight into the hands of Quest. Absolutely phenomenal utilization that they've brought through of their available space. I mean, just reading the zone, getting themselves watched, positioned, utilizing everything presented to them. What a way to play the lovely Miramar.
Absolutely, and what a tough Miramar it was. I mean, no one expected that Eastern Zone. No one expected to basically go back to the size of an Erangel match right off the bat to their first Dusty Dunes experience. But it is what it is, and the teams ultimately, considering what a tough terrain they had to work with and what a tough rotations they had to work with, they did fantastically to maintain that and manage it. But let's go take a look at those match rankings to see how exactly those points were divvied up. Of course, Quest Esports, they cooked the best dinner, so they got awarded the absolute best points, 21 to their tally. And Vision Esports, I will say this, although they were quite passive for me, they were quite quiet in terms of the positions they had with those rotations. I mean, they could have taken out Brute Force much earlier on with their rotation, and they still managed to hold on into a very difficult situation with that final zone shift.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm actually quite surprised to see such an aggressive and top-heavy page coming through on the first one that we just looked at here. And of course, well, the results come through on the second page. NIGMA Galaxy, the only team to hit those 5 elims. Everybody else getting a very low numbers with regards to eliminations as well as the overall points. And of course, Twisted, the World of Battle, and Clear Vision are going to be walking away each with a bag of donuts. And I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to have some of our participants make a bit of a stop over at the donut shop. It is what it is, but absolute aggression that we saw being delivered here by our teams finishing on that top page, and an absolutely amazing performance then from the side of Quest. 11 eliminations. I mean, nothing helps more than having those double digits just sitting alongside your name, and of course the points to accompany that as well.
As we take a look at those total top damage dealers, and it was an aggressive showing, as you've seen. Once again, a top heavy map ranking, and we do see why that is the case with those rotations, with those opportunities. I mean, even with the individuals like Gates stepping up and just getting 3Ks all around, it has a very high damage to eliminate elimination count. For some teams, that disparity, unfortunately, is going to be hitting a little bit harder. Like we saw with Brute Force, 1.5k damage, but only 5 eliminations that they are able to actually convert from that. And it's, again, just off of those rotations. As we've been seeing these teams finding themselves in those positions, they've been good at stepping up and, you know, just sort of poking at the bears, you know, getting themselves a little bit of an earlier damage number, but haven't been able to, unfortunately, translate that due to those rotations, due to those positions they were finding themselves in. They had to be a little bit more passive, and they took a beating for that.
Yeah, they definitely did take quite a bit of a beating for that indeed. But, you know, it's been a pretty tough play. The zone definitely not helping these teams whatsoever. And that is what we like to see. The teams showing us what their intentions are moving into the MEA Championship. And, of course, this differs slightly from what we saw coming through with regards to the finals in the respective PMPLs. Right here, the teams have to be on point from the very first match all the way to the very last, because they have no opportunity to make a mistake, right? If they are intending to be one of those top 4 teams, they're going to have to maintain that persistent and aggressive push all the way through.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be key in terms of that consistency that we see bringing in. It's going to really put a lot of pressure on these individuals, like we saw with Gabe. I mean, absolutely fantastic clutch, but then the immediate question goes to, how did NASR let this happen, right? That's the immediate, you know, sort of pessimistic understanding of, okay, but how was that allowed? And again, timing, keeping up with that terrain, finding and managing all of these locations, getting yourselves into, you know, a prime location, not staying still and getting rushed upon, as we just saw. And it's been a very difficult showing for these teams due to those rotations. This map was not easy. Don't let this fool you. These teams, these players are absolutely phenomenal. The individuality that we've been seeing from these players has just showcased why they deserve to be in this position. But this map, it did not make it easy for anyone.
And Magispec going out there to Fahidan, securing themselves 8 eliminations as an individual, really carrying the performances there for the side of Quest. Absolutely amazing, but of course, we look to see how all of that is going to translate as we get back into match number 3. Of course, it is going to be Erangel yet again. Now, on that note, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. I'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit it up, we won't fit it up. We won't fit it up, box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fit it up, box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
Hello guys, and welcome back. We're getting ready to move into match number 3. Of course, we're heading right back to Erangel to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring on through. And of course, well, before we get into Erangel, let's take a look at a bit of a breakdown as to what we could potentially be seeing come through.
Yeah, so we need to get our heads wrapped around Erangel. It is going to be the majority of what we will be seeing through these next 4 days. So for map heavy day of Erangel, you need to be one of these teams that are absolutely currently crushing it. RUKH and Sly, no shock that they are there in their current positions, being the first and second team that we saw in that first map up. But I have to say, I've been very interested to see what Virtual Gaming and Vision as well as Clear have been bringing in, especially in this previous map. We saw Vision a little bit more calculated in their approach. They ensured that they had better positioning and they had the resources for those final few battles, and they stayed quiet. Whether or not that's going to prove a winning strategy for them over towards Erangel is yet to be seen, but currently it's working for them. And on Miramar, they were doing not too bad themselves either. So I'd love to see if they will be able to continue that momentum moving into the second Erangel.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about the teams as well, I think for a few of our teams, it's going to be of the utmost importance to get themselves a few placement points added on top of their tally from what they've been able to secure so far in Erangel. I mean, we did see Clear Vision sat in our 5th position, coming through with 8 eliminations, but they've not yet had the opportunity to secure themselves a few placement points. So I think moving into match number 2 on Erangel, at least, it is going to be a great opportunity for the teams to try and improve on their standings, right? Just push those numbers, those figures even farther. But RUKH Esports, great showing of dominance coming through on the very first game. And again, I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be bringing all that strategy, right, that they've been able to secure over on towards the PMPL itself into this championship, because I mean they were the dominant force within their respective PMPL when it came to the map of Erangel, and so far they're holding true to that stat. So yeah, I'm open to teams bringing in upsets, and if they don't catch RUKH Esports soon enough, it might become quite challenging a little bit later on.
Yeah, as we've seen for RUKH Esports so far, it really has also been that individual prowess that we saw. I mean, Pusher had to bring an absolute tornado of a play into that final match to be able to hold on. It really wasn't looking too good for RUKH Esports ultimately in terms of the numbers. So moving into the rest of the Erangels, I really do want RUKH Esports to tighten it down, to get those crossfires going, to get those trades going, to really play as a team and ensure that Pusher's not taking, you know, the brunt of the action, because we don't want burnouts in a very short match. We've only got 4 days. It's back-to-back maps. We've got Erangel heavy days across all of those 4 days. So they need to ensure that they are at their peak performance. And hey, look, if Pusher wants to get, you know, all those 8 eliminations every single Erangel match, power to you. But it needs to be consistent, and that is going to be the key to winning.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is of the utmost importance, especially playing through such a short event like this, right? Only 4 days, 6 matches a day, though, but still, only 4 days, right? There's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams to maintain as much of that consistent flow as they can bring on through. But speaking about the teams, I mean, we did take a look at what we just saw happening over on towards Miramar. Quest, we can see them now situated up in towards, well, that's not necessarily the match rankings there, but they did make it all the way up in towards 4th place, and that was actually a 9-slot jump coming through with that glorious winner chicken dinner. So a lot of power still available in these early stages. And of course, speaking about power, that zone giving us a bit of a taste is what we had over on towards Miramar, again shifting over into the water.
DK, did you have a bet with the zone gods before we started MEA? Like, what's going on here? Why we got so much water? This is not fair, man. They're playing for P and GC slots, and the zone is just not behaving. This is ridiculous, but I like it.
I'm not at liberty to say. I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay, but you'll tell me later if you talk to the zone gods.
Who knows? Who knows?
I need to talk to them as well.
I will.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous. But yes, I mean, I agree with you. Quest Esports, a massive jump for them. Even Vision, like you said, with the calculation that they took onto that Miramar match. Yes, zone did help out, but I want to see more of it. I don't want to just see them sort of going with the flow. I want to see them being the ones making those play, especially when we have everyone being so aggressive.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. So the teams really need to try and utilize strategy, and of course They did have a great opportunity to do exactly that in the first match. This time around, they're going to have to keep a very close eye on what the zone could potentially be looking to do. But already we do see the players here from Twisted Minds, as well as Slime Machine, looking to grind their way through. A little bit of a bridge camp coming in. And no surprise to see Twisted really looking to make this play here, but already down to a 3-piece. So the pressure is going to be on, looking to see if they can find the adequate response onto Sly Machine, because, I mean, based on what we saw from Sly in the first match, they are definitely capable of bringing in quite a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, I've been curious to see how exactly Sly have been making these rotations and how they've been so good, well, literally so sly, in managing to make these rotations without being seen, without being the focus of a target. So now it's an immediate engagement for them up against Twisted Minds here. There has been a bit of a back and forth. They have managed to pick up that one elimination, but as you can see, I mean, the resources are running low. They just dropped. They haven't had an opportunity to get that loot going, and the HP is not really in a position to extend this fight for much longer. So yeah, I like it. A rotation out. The same can be said from Twisted Minds. This isn't worth it to continue just yet. Utilities running out, they're going to be running out of ammo, and that's just not going to be setting themselves up for a win. So a little bit of a regroup from both sides as they disengage, which I love to see. You can see they are keeping a calm head about every single decision.
And I think that's important, especially in the beginning. I mean, actually, for the entirety of the match, the more relaxed.
Every decision.
Yes, yes. Every decision, you need to try and keep a cool head. It's not easy because, especially looking at the amount of matches that these teams have to play, it is quite mentally taxing. So I'm excited to see what the outcome will be. They at least had a little bit of a taste coming through their respective finals, which was also 6 matches per day. That, of course, being only 3 days as opposed to the 4 that we have here. But the team's going to have to try and extend that an extra little bit further on. Speaking about extending it, though, Brute Force extending their time out in the edge of zone. We do see the blue zone is on its way. It is going to be a slow close to come through. About still 3 minutes left on the clock. But the Broody Fruity is all the way up in towards Yasnaya Poliana. And I'm curious as to what their rotation will be. Are they going to be looking to take the plunge on towards that southern island? Or are they going to be looking to position themselves a little bit closer towards that western bridge?
Yeah, from what we've seen so far from Brute Force and RUKH Esports, it's been a focus on rotations. It's been a focus on making sure that they're staying to the outskirts, that they're the ones picking their battles. Whether or not, you know, that is the prime strategy that they're going to be utilizing for the rest of the week, it's going to be up to them. A late rotation for them, once again, is going to be on the cards, seeing as they're going to be moving in from that northern territory all the way towards that southern position from that zone rotation. So it's likely going to be a bit of a copy-paste situation here, but every time that we are seeing Brute Force and RUKH Esports in a new light, there is a slight shift. And like we said, there is that opportunity for them to get better and better the tighter that they get their synergy moving. So I'd be very curious to see if this is going to be that map that they make it happen. They've already had 2 maps. All of the teams have had their 2 maps to sort of shake off the nerves and get themselves into the swing of things. So this is where we need to start breaking down how these strategies are unfolding and how they are adapting to the ever-growing landscape.
Yeah, and this is of the utmost importance, right? The teams having to show that adaptability, because I mean, it's good coming through with a strat, you know, having a bit of a know-how when it comes to how the opposing teams prefer to play it through. But as we know, a big uncertainty comes through with what these zones tend to throw at the team. So I want to see how these plays will be made. Now, NIGMA slowly rotating out of Pachinki, approaching that western bridge region, but again, not making a very hasty decision here. I love this slight bit of caution that they are bringing through here as well.
Absolutely. So information plays. I mean, this is what we've been seeing. The teams have been so almost sporadic in terms of how they've been taking these engagements, and it's been a little bit of a shock. As we see teams time and time again, they're the ones that they want to start up, they want to be the ones that start that aggression, and then they just get turned upon, whether it's by a third party, whether it's just, you know, the turnaround from that aggress team. They've just been hitting shots, man. Unfortunately, if you're not the ones to get those eliminations sooner, you will be the ones being taken out. So caution is likely going to be the focus moving into the second Erangel, especially with when we think back to that first Erangel, how many teams caught themselves in a crossfire. I mean, GEEKAY Esports, when they took that northern rotation, everything was looking good for them. They had a full team stack moving in from the north, and then bam, they run into 4 teams sitting in the exact northern position, just waiting to take them out, and they got picked apart bit by bit. So it's understandable that they are looking for a little bit more information and that they are looking for better positioning before making those plays.
I think the teams will play with a little bit more certainty as we progress, not only further through the day, but also approaching tomorrow, because the teams then will have a good assessment as to what the opposing teams are looking to bring through here. Because, I mean, VOD reviews only take you that far. You have no idea as to what the teams are currently looking to do here. Everything is still unknown to some extent. You have a bit of an indication, and a big indication coming through with the zone as it does focus in. I mean, that's a beautiful setup for NIGMA, right? They can now look to assert a little bit of dominance over on towards that bridge. But looking at the sheer number of teams rotating up behind them, I don't know if that is going to be too... maybe a little bit too much to try and handle.
Yeah, we keep talking about the Guardians of the Gates, and now literally NIGMA Galaxy are going to be the Guardians of the Bridge, now holding up against the likes of GEEKAY, XENON, we've got R8, we've got Quest already up close and personal, we've got RUKH still rotating on in, we've got FALCONS White still rotating on in, so I would be worried, but we'll have to wait and see. They also need to get some information to see how many teams are actually going to be rotating through and what they will be able to handle. And remember, ammo is going to be a high commodity moving into this rotation. Already a couple of teams holding onto that military base island. The split also favoring the military base. So all of the teams on these main islands are going to be running for a rotation to the military base. And that might prove a little bit too much for NIGMA Galaxy, but never say never, right? We saw what Gaith did in the previous match against a 3-stack of NASR. So everyone is here. Everyone is ready to play.
And that is exactly what we want to see. We want to see these teams meet the challenges head on. And of course, it is going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride, but fortunately for the side of GEEKAY, it is rather smooth sailing, at least for this initial section. But now, as they approach the bridge, this is where things tend to get a little bit more spicy, because we got so many teams held within the vicinity. And of course, on the opposite end of the bridge, things aren't looking any better, right? We got several teams still holding on towards that southern side. We got Virtual Gaming Squad, Clear Vision, Slime Machine. We got the players from RTG as well as Twisted. We got NASR, Vision, and potentially even the side there of Brute Force on the approach. So the pressure is definitely starting to mount, and I think the teams are now going to be looking to find themselves some form of security, right? A compound to lock down in and just try and defend as best they can, at least for this initial section.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very interesting one. Even a little bit of a car chase, as we can see there, between R8 and FALCONS White. But it's just a little bit of poking and prodding. Unfortunately for FALCONS, they are outside of that zone. Again, most of the boats likely would have been taken up from those earlier boatations. And now we question what's going to be happening here. We just saw Quest Esports having a beautiful start onto that Miramar, but here come GEEKAY Esports looking for a little bit of revenge, looking for a few more eliminations, already one down, and a little bit of a very close encounter potential once again for Gaith. Look how close they are. Look how much Quest is hurting.
Ooh. I mean, oh, Gante trying to clutch it. They do get a little bit of a breath of fresh air, but now it's going to be Santa knocking on the door, coming through with a surprise, and this is Quest now getting dealt 30, right? They are down to one final contestant. It is going to be easy, but it will be everything but, as you see, Fahidan also now getting ended right there, and well, good luck to the side of Quest. Meanwhile, as we jump up back to the northern edge, it is going to be NIGMA Galaxy and RUKH Esports. But Pusher going to be pushed down into the drink. Definitely not the kind of approach that they were hoping to take. And with that, it is back to the lobby.
Okay. Yeah, look, I don't know what's going on with these zones today. Again, who bribed the zone god? What is happening? But this is what I was referring to. RUKH Esports, they have such explosive power. They have such great individuals, but they need to lock it down. And again, I'm not going to deal with it too much in this Erangel, but I'm really going to hope and wait to see what that third Erangel is going to prove for them, as we did highlight them obviously moving into this one as one of the leaders. And history states we should be expecting that. So yeah, just going to be putting that out there. Meanwhile, Easy going to be taking a swim of their own. NIGMA Galaxy, interesting rotation still for them. They're still holding onto the Western Bridge. Everyone trying to opt for either the blue zone, as we can see here from XENON, or a swim across to the military base island. And it is confirmed we are heading to that military base island for the next zone. So it is just going to get even crazier moving into these next few phases.
It's going to be a tough one indeed, and the opportunity is there. Definitely for a team like NASR, or even the players coming through from Clear Vision, to approach the bridge a little bit more, looking to get a bit of a bridge camp set up there. But in the meanwhile, there's going to be Twisted Minds focusing more towards that southern side, as they are trying to find their opportunity with the players from Vision, also looking for a bit of safety. XENON and Brute Force still sipping on some blue juice. Not exactly the kind of approach that we were hoping to see come through from their end. But speaking about blue, the World of Battle also just managing to get themselves out of harm's way. Well, most of the team, not everybody. As you can see, things are looking pretty grim over on towards this military island.
Pretty grim indeed. Everyone now trying to cluster themselves in, trying to find a foothold into this next phase. You can see XENON, quite a late rotation that they had to make. Of course, that zone not really favoring them as well. We take a little bit of a replay into this crazy action here between GEEKAY and, unfortunately, for Quest Esports. Man, what a fight it was. And again, individuals stepping up, just spray downs left, right, and center. And the spray transfers that we've seen today have been ridiculous. So the players, they are here to fight for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I mean, this is exactly what we want to see even more of, as the teams will continue the aggression. We do have a few floaters over on towards that western front. You can see the Falcons, R8, all now just trying to get themselves situated, but the zone leaning quite heavily into the favor of RTG. So this could potentially be their road to glory. But it's all going to come down to how they handle the whole situation. NIGMA Galaxy now, finding themselves in a bit of a bad position here. Not the most opportune angle to try and play from, especially not with the aggression coming through from the side of NASR.
My goodness gracious, here we see it. NIGMA Galaxy, they had to delay their push to try and see if they could get some earlier eliminations before having to deal with what's happening and waiting for them on the military base island. And NASR, unfortunately, holding on to a very tough battle here. A little bit of damage they dealt with that nade, but it is going to have to be a step up here from J7 once again to make it happen, to keep NASR in this while those utilities, while those HPs are going to be dropping to the floor. And of course, sorry, did you think this was just going to be a one team versus one team battle? No, we still got a few more who are going to be joining the party.
Now up comes the opportunity. Brute Force, they can maybe look to bring in a bit of a repeat. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the side of NASR. NIGMA Galaxy still presented with a great opportunity, but will they be able to bounce back? I mean, they do have RUKH that is about to be brought back on their feet. Now, they could definitely do with all the numbers leaning towards them. But Brute Force, yep, they are just determined to seal their fate. There's a beautiful nade connects up through there from Ado. And NIGMA Galaxy in a very troubling position here.
Very troubling indeed. GEEKAY Esports also now making the return rotation through that bridge line finally. And for NIGMA, they must just be annoyed right now. They held this position for so long, waiting for those rotations, waiting for a team to give them those few extra eliminations. And now GEEKAY decide to show up. Come on. NIGMA Galaxy though, Coops holding on, finding the first one. A drop shot from Ragnar is going to seal it, however, as NIGMA Galaxy will be relegated, unfortunately, down to only 2, having to make that rotation out. But this is not going to be over for the likes of GEEKAY. Oh, look at the damage. Coops might have done enough.
Yeah, I think Coops definitely might have. And well, there we go. GEEKAY getting sent away as Santa's vehicle goes up in flames. That is definitely not the kind of finish that they would have wanted, but it is what they were dealt. Now, there's still going to be quite a bit of a struggle for several teams situated over on towards this eastern side. You can see Clear Vision also getting themselves ready for a bit of a push coming through from the side of Brute Force. So, Virtual Gaming Squad having to defend against Slime Machine, the World of Battle, and potentially even Twisted Minds.
We gotta see it, man. We gotta see a return coming through here. Sly, we saw, a bit of an introduction to them earlier on, but now look at this. The World of Battle, they have been quiet, but bam, here we go. A bit of a two elimination just to add to the tally, just to say hello, thank you for the car, goodbye. And that is going to be the World of Battle and their first few points. So I mean, if the numbers were looking a little bit better and this position was a little bit better, I would have said that was a successful Erangel. But look at this, 1 HP now down for the World of Battle, and Sly hold on by a thread. They get that revenge, but it wasn't for cheap.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't for cheap at all. And of course, the big bad blue zone bringing quite a bit of a helping hand. And speaking about zone, it is going to be shifting further over towards that western side, centering up quite nicely up into Limboland. But how are the teams going to get themselves situated? Again, a beautiful opportunity for a bit of that elevation to be elevated. As the Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be holding on towards that eastern front. And I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking to handle this. Because, I mean, they've got Brute Force and Twisted Minds down the hillside. But it does seem like Brute Force and Twisted are going to be focusing their efforts instead on each other.
It's going to be an interesting one. Virtual Gaming already finding Twisted Minds. A little bit more damage being dealt, as you can see, with a back and forth here between R8 and Clear. But now we continue it on. A rotation into the chaos is going to be necessary. And again, I can't really give you a prime position in the zone that's really going to benefit anyone. Everyone's just trying to hunker down. Unfortunately, this hilltop is so exposed and it is open for the taking. Clear now feeling the pressures. R8 move on in for the finish.
Ooh, here we go, though. Here we go. Come on. Will R8 be able to
Oh.
clutch this one out? Finding quite a bit of devastation into Clear. Oh, it's now just down to Vanguard to see if they can survive the onslaught. Oh, no. R8
Oh.
brings an end to Clear Vision. Off they go. Only one elimination to show. And unfortunately, not a single drop of placement points. But R8, very tough position here. Blue Zone doing absolute devastating damage to them, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Prestige is going to be able to survive.
Yeah, I have so many questions in my head. Look, it was a great opportunity for R8 to pick up those eliminations. Like we see, 4 easy pick'ems into that tally. However, look what it cost them. Look at that late rotation now. Unfortunately, with the blue zone, it's going to be a waiting game for them, and I am not sure how long either the blue or brute force will likely be taking them out. I mean, yeah, this is just, it's an unfortunate situation. But looking at a few brighter opportunities. We said goodbye to Twisted Minds thanks to Virtual Gaming, who just moved on in for the finish. But right up ahead of them, they have the likes of XENON, who also are looking to be a potential worry for the rest of the teams. They haven't yet picked up that elimination. They haven't yet taken that engagement. So they're going to have those resources, and they might even have a great position depending on how the zone is going to be shifting next.
Well, it's going to be a big if, right? It's going to be a very, very big if, and the teams now seem a little bit hesitant. They don't want to be the ones to take the plunge and push up into the zone. But let's see if Brute Force can maybe make a little bit of magic happen here. They have caught wind of Virtual Gaming Squad. As you can see, a relentless effort. Brute Force trying to find the angle, but most are up on the hill. Ooh, with a quick response. Just sends a big welcome out on towards Neos. But I think there's a good opportunity now for Prepod, because Virtual Gaming Squad, they've not seen the approach coming through from Prepod, and this could be exactly the opportunity they need to get the jump.
This could be it. Now, a little bit of a rotation, a little bit of timing is going to be absolutely key in this situation, where Virtual Gaming will be holding is also going to make matters potentially even worse. But we can see this now, just a slow crawl into safety while we wait to see how that zone is going to be shifting. NIGMA Galaxy holding on towards the edge line, and just on the edge, that does mean we are going to be favoring XENON. This is what I was alluding to. They have not been taking any fights. We can see they haven't been able to pick up any eliminations, but that still means that they're a full squad, smack bam center of the zone for this next phase.
Yeah, this is a great play for XENON, but are they going to be able to hold on though? Because we still have that slight elevation on the Virtual Gaming Squad side. And Vision, they're going to have a pretty tough play. We do see Saif now looking to take the plunge, approaching the hilltop. But who will be able to clutch this one out? We've seen a very similar play, like some very similar play to this, rather, coming through over in PMPL. But now is that opportunity that we've been waiting for. Virtual Gaming Squad going to be looking to lock it down, and they find the angles, the approach down into the side of Vision. But not only is it the side of Virtual, also then absolute disruption raining in from all angles. again, who's going to be the one to clutch it out? Because I'm not quite sure if Vision will be able to make it out of this in one piece.
We highlighted them. We wanted to see a little bit more from their aggressive side. Now running in with a two-man setup is going to make this a lot harder. Potentially now, though, as we can see, the fights being focused on XENON, Brute Force, and Virtual Gaming might give them that opportunity to move in and pick off a few stragglers on the side. NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunately, in a tough position with an RTG right behind them, with Brute Force right up ahead of them, dealing that damage is going to be sending them into the lobby. Still holding on, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to be able to turn around from this, because they have everything. We've seen them in these positions before where they are center, taking a 360 view and just picking off names, but they need to make it happen here before these teams take that push.
Well, here comes the opportunity, here comes the play, and it's all now down to business. XENON trying to clear it out as they do have a few unwanted visitors pulling up, but it's now down to Prepod. Oh! But Marshall blows the whistle, and it is the end of the road. RTG also finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament, but this could be the opportunity now for XENON to rise on up, play the upset, and, well, make it quite difficult for RTG to rotate back on through. Of course, the blue zone is going to be adding to the pressure here as well. But a very steady play coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad. I mean, they have not really moved all that much. Essentially, I think they might have moved like an excess of about maybe 50 meters from their initial point over on towards that eastern side of zone. So they are going to be looking to milk the high ground as best they can.
Absolutely. The tables have quite literally turned on the position here from XENON, but it's all due to their own decisions. They wanted to get those eliminations. They did thankfully leave Senkei in with that 1v3 split to try and hold on to the positional advantage, but it is just going to get even harder as we wait to see that zone rotation in. As you can see, Vision finally starting to pick apart a bit of an engagement. However, they will have this, where their focus actually split both XENON and Virtual Gaming. That is going to, unfortunately, potentially relegate them down to only one member, maybe even the lobby. RTG taking hit from hit. Virtual Gaming, they are just up on something else.
Well, let's see if that approach is going to continue across the way. Because again, still no clarity secured just yet. Virtual Gaming Squad waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the angle, but XENON holding on to hard cover. This is going to prove to be quite devastating for the rest of the lobby. And I mean, great read coming through from XENON here. They have the numbers, they've got the position. All they got to do is just keep a cool head, defend this as best they can, but also they got to watch all the possible approaches onto their compound.
I have to say this split from Virtual Gaming is quite exciting. It looks like a very confident play as well to be able to take that 2-2 split, to have two members out in the open like that. But it is going to poise them in the perfect crossfire to get as many eliminations as possible. You can see already one being picked on up, a little bit of a third party coming through. Oh, but the damage dealt back and forth. It is absolutely decimating these HP bars. However, it is resulting in Virtual Gaming picking up elimination after elimination, currently leading the lobby and in, once again, a position to maybe convert this into a win. They've got 4 members up. They've done the damage to RTG. They've done the damage to XENON. Maybe they can turn this one around.
Well, let's see if they are going to be able to find the success they need here. It is of the utmost importance for the teams to continue with the angles. But now, RTG out on the edge. Oh, Riva goes down. Kalaga not having much hope here. This could be the side of Virtual Gaming Squad and XENON both focusing their angles, their sights down into the side of RTG. So I'm not quite feeling too hopeful here. The Virtual Gaming Squad, XENON, they have this one in the bag. And I think essentially it's going to be between the two of them to decide who will be granted the opportunity to get themselves that winner chicken dinner.
Well, here we wait and see. This is going to be quite an interesting one. RTG, unfortunately, too much damage, and now Virtual Gaming, this is their opportunity. An opportunity here to take out XENON, to take the win. But they are going to have one member down, and they want as many numbers as they possibly can. So a little bit of a pause just to get those numbers going. XENON still managing that center of the next zone. So they still have the positional advantage, but they need to hit these shots. They need to stop Virtual Gaming in their tracks.
Oh, a lot of pressure here. Virtual Gaming Squad sitting on 8 eliminations. XENON coming through on 7. I mean, that knock onto the side of XENON does put them on rather square footing. And again, the re-knock is there. Ooh, the play is through. Marshall getting brought to their knees. And this is the turning point now for Virtual Gaming Squad to play a little bit of cleanup. And that is exactly what they do. They step up to the plate, grabbing that winner chicken dinner with both hands, securing the play. And there we have it.
This is what we like to see, a fantastic performance. And again, I was so curious as to what they were cooking, what they were bringing into this final few plays, because taking a 2-2 split in a situation like that where you're fighting for position, you're fighting for cover, and still being able to turn that into a win, that is something else. That is, like we said, that extra bit of flavor that we need in this MEA champ that could be potentially granting them many more wins, many more potentials to take that PMGC slot.
But I think the side of XENON are going to be feeling slightly frustrated because, I mean, they were holding on to good hard cover. They were really well positioned within the zone. And then, of course, Virtual Gaming Squad, well, they were just able to outmaneuver them. And again, big ups to the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad. You know, once you've got the angles, once you've got the strats, if it works, it works. And, well, big ups to them indeed. But, of course, speaking about which, we are going to be taking a look at a bit of a breakdown, looking at our match points as well to see exactly where our teams find themselves. So speaking of which, let's hop straight to it.
Man, oh man, Virtual Gaming Squad, no surprise, of course, to see them in the pole position, just absolutely raking in the points. Once again, a double-digit elimination pointer and a very heavy top-handed head. So XENON and Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy, I have to hand it to them in terms of those eliminations they were able to pick up with those crazy rotations. We saw how tough it was to get into that military base island, and unfortunately, once again, rotation is the key for Erangel, and it has once again been the downfall for so many teams. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, your heart has to break for them. They waited and waited on that western bridge for so long, and then GEEKAY came swooping in at the last possible second.
I mean, but that is, at the end of the day, just the kind of upsets that we are going to be looking at here. And speaking about upsets, RUKH Esports not able to pick up the same kind of consistency as they brought through on the very, very first match. But as we know, we still have several more opportunities laying ahead for our team. Speaking of which, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back after. gotta say that dance looks like we're watching Thriller or something, right? Just gotta feel like a little bit of that MJ coming on as well. You know, I just wanna but either which way, while we do the moonwalk in the background, let's take a look at the match report to have a bit of a look at exactly what we've got cooking all over the place.
Yeah, look, it was really tough to highlight one dominating team towards the midway point of that Erangel. So taking a look at this is quite interesting just to see exactly the impact that we saw Virtual Gaming have. I mean, picking up those most eliminations and highest damage makes complete sense. I mean, with the way in which they carried those eliminations, absolutely deserved. But now, taking a look at it as well, RTG also making quite the impact. So I was quite impressed how we just saw the sort of just change in attitude from these teams, making sure that they were staying active, trying to take those engagements sooner rather than later. Again, we saw some of those rotations, like these, you know, little bit of a swimming rotations, really being the fault in these teams, really being what really took them down. Even some of the timing, the will to battle, managing to get that drop on Sly. It all resulted in a very chaotic Erangel, but it was still great to see how some managed to find that pattern, managed to find their strategy still in the chaos.
Yeah, and I think the big turning point definitely came through as we approached this last stretch, right? I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad, again, just looking to milk the elevation as long as they possibly can. I think a little bit of oopsie happened there on the XENON side where they started to get out of the hard cover, right? And not focusing on just looking to fortify the position that they were holding onto. But of course, the teams are going to be doing whatever they think best at that point to get themselves the necessary points. So, also taking into consideration, wow, that this is only match number 3 of day number 1, right? We still have 3 more days and 3 more matches for today to continue with. So there's still quite a bit of change and quite a bit of adaptation that these teams can look to bring out onto the battlefield. So I'm not feeling too upset with anything that we've been seeing so far just yet. But speaking of which, let's take a look at the overall rankings to see where the teams find themselves after our first 3 games. And of course, Virtual Gaming Squad right up in pole position.
Absolutely. I mean, what a shift they managed to take as well. With that previous performance, shifting up all the way with 6 slots to get themselves that first place current holding. And again, yes, it's only the halfway of day number 1. So we have to just take stock of that and see how close and competitive it's been from map to map, from that Erangel to Miramar. It's been a very different story. It's been a very different set of teams that have been rising to the top. We're starting to see a few semblances of consistency in the form of Sly, Machine, and of course RUKH Esports, as well as Vision, but it hasn't awarded them as much of a scary lead as what we're seeing from Virtual Gaming. Still very close in contentions, a massive opportunity, but I expect it to be a very top-heavy finish as well. We see XENON finishing off in 8th place. Moving on to the next page, it starts to trickle down significantly, and that is understandable in terms of what we've been seeing with those overall rankings. It's been top-heavy. It's been double digits, you know, 9, 7, whatever, for the top 5 teams, and the rest are just fighting for scraps.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, right, of course, the World of Battle, we do see them sitting with 2 points. Now, those 2 points, they only accrued them in this last match. So it took them all the way up until game number 3 to get their first points on board. So things are pretty tough. I mean, this is a championship that we are looking at the end of the day. And of course, the teams trying to find the best approach that is going to be working for them. But I think a lot of the teams now have gotten rid of most of the nerves, right? They are geared up, ready to go. And I think moving into the map of Sanhok is going to provide them with a great opportunity to really let down their hair, focus on the aggression, and, you know, just have a little bit of fun here as well.
That is going to be the hope. So, I mean, moving into this next matchup, it's really going to be about consistency and once again, managing the chaos. We saw it is a very Erangel heavy day, so a lot of greenery, a lot of opportunities to work on the bread and butter, but those 2 Miramars and that Sanhok still yet to come. Well, yeah, it's been a tough day so far for them. I am going to be very curious to see if we're going to see a consistent Erangel sort of champion. So far, we thought it was going to be RUKH. Didn't quite turn out that way just based on the second map of the day. 3rd match still yet to come, and yeah, the question isn't close to being answered yet. I mean, with only 2 maps to work with, we've seen so many teams really rising to the occasion. Brute Force, I think, was also a team that I wanted to see more of because they had that consistency. We saw so many good eliminations, but then those placements don't quite, you know, translate as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one moving into the last Erangel of the day, but when we get there.
Yeah. But I think it's also down to kind of just how the teams find their pacing, find their momentum, right? A few teams we know are strong starters. Other teams take a little bit to warm up and get accustomed and, you know, reacclimated. And then we see them really starting to crack it wide open and come through with quite a phenomenal play. So I think round about this match point, right? Around about match 3, moving into match 4, that is where we could potentially have a bit of a change up coming through as to how these teams are going to be playing it. And of course, I think Sanhok is going to be the perfect match to help the teams do exactly that. Of course, as we know, we are now pushing into the final stretch of the day. So that is going to be our only Sanhok, our final Miramar, as well as our final Erangel to be played out here. And of course, speaking about which, I'm curious to see exactly where the first zone is going to be moving into with Sanhok, because as we know, Sanhok is one of those maps which is rather reliant on where the zone is positioned.
And we have not had great zones. Let's be honest. Our zones have been so sporadic and so one-sided in terms of the position that we've been seeing from these teams. It really has just been a case of, well, I'm in center zone, I get to sit and wait, where the rest have to run it for that rotation. Sanhok, obviously, it's much less of a concern. It's a much quicker rotation, and it provides teams that have had such tough times today with rotations to finally showcase what they've been hiding, to showcase their prowess and to get some of those much needed points back. So like you said, for the World of Battle, as an example, a team that just managed to get their first 2 points for the likes of Twisted Minds, I want to see more from them moving into the Sanhok.
Well, speaking about moving in, let's get right down to it. Of course, the flight path is going to be starting us off in that northern side, heading straight down south. Again, flight path Sanhok, not all too important. As we mentioned, the zone itself is going to be where all the magic happens. But I'm also curious is whether are we going to have a few hard drops potentially to come through. I mean, you got so many teams, so many contentious teams looking to get themselves situated. So I'm at least expecting a little bit of heat in the beginning. Ooh, maybe even up to the north.
It's definitely a possibility at this point in time. Yeah, look, so a very eastern flight path that we're going to be seeing once again. It is Sanhok at the end of the day, so rotations are going to be a lot more palatable than what we've seen on those previous matchups. R8 Quest Esports, quite a bit of a close and contentious position there. So it's a 2-2 split for Quest Esports that might see them in an engagement, an early one there with R8, which would be pretty interesting to witness. As for the rest, Sly, NASR, a little bit of split there. Now then, of course, the hot drop is here. It is GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming, of all teams, our previous winners to take a head-to-head.
Ooh. Well, let's see whether or not they can keep the consistency flowing here. This is a great chance now for GEEKAY to show us what they can bring on in. Ooh, good nade up top. There we have it. Ragnar getting dropped to their knees. Amjad now looking for a bit of an approach. Trying to sneak their way around the outside. Santa going to be waiting patiently. I mean, Santa knows better, right? You never see Santa just blindly jumping down a chimney. Instead, they take their sweet time, they do their due diligence, and of course use all the available audio cues coming through. As we can see, Most Fares looking for a bit of a jump here. Ooh, here we go. Santa, yes, the first. Oh, but down they go as a quick trade comes in from Mosta.
Oh, it was almost a complete turnaround here for Virtual Gaming or for GEEKAY. An either-or battle, but there it is. GEEKAY Esports, they put their flag down. It is their territory. It is potentially going to be their map. A fantastic 4 eliminations right into the pocket. And we say goodbye to Virtual Gaming, our current poll holders. So, yeah, they're going to have to wait until the next Miramar and Erangel to make something happen this time around. But looking at this now, we also saw a little bit of that trade-off there with R8 and XENON. They both will be able to pick up at least 1 elimination for the time being. Rotations are going to be key here for Quest as well. How they are going to handle that now with only 3 players remaining. And yeah, look, a northern zone, DK, once again, it's like we just want to avoid all of the land and only look to the water on these maps.
Or maybe it's a cue from the zone guards telling us that the teams can do whatever they like. Right. Who knows?
They're still going to bring action, even with half of the land available.
Yeah, I know that was a bit of a tough one, a bit of a rough one as well. But either way, it is what it is. Quest though, beautiful setup up in towards Hatin. I think they are going to be quite satisfied with their current positioning. I think NASR could also potentially look to bring a bit of an approach here. But I think the biggest question is going to be how our outlying teams are going to be looking to get themselves secured. I mean, RUKH, not necessarily an outlying team, as they've already taken the plunge, looking to get themselves situated up into close to center, as you can see them occupying the compound on the edge of that bridge. But, I mean, Vision, RTG, Clear Vision, as well as Twisted Minds, The World of Battle, NIGMA, XENON, FALCONS, pick a team. They all still have to make that rotation, and, well, they don't have too much time left. Yeah, sure, 3.5 minutes is quite some time. But again, you're still got to think of those potential engagements on their approach leading into the zone.
And where exactly they're going to be able to find some space to set up. Like you said, that zone has basically cut in half the available spacing. So there's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of place that they can actually set themselves up with. You can see here a lot of splits, as you can see, between NASR and the likes of Falcon White, having to just share the mountaintop to try and hold on to something here, which is going to, as you said, result in quite a lot of third-party opportunities, as is expected on the beautiful map of Sanhok, which has just now been elevated into a whole different level of third-partying. But we have to also keep in mind GEEKAY Esports, just off of the back of winning that fight against Virtual Gaming, they also find themselves in an interesting position as a potential gatekeeper to the likes of those teams you mentioned that have to make the rotation in.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a tough play either which way you look at it, right? Speaking about tough, though, it is going to be AXA finding the first opening up into the side there. Spec and NASR definitely got to watch their backs here. As you can see, J7 and Starch looking for a bit of an opportunity. Maybe they can bring Spec back on their feet, but Falcons really prepped up and ready to bounce as they are going to be looking to defend the top of this hill as we know up towards the temple. That is going to be allowing quite a bit of a vantage point, specifically down towards that north and southern sides of the zone. But NASR still having a bit of an opportunity. They could definitely look to bounce back from this one. Not all their fates has been decided just yet. But B6 definitely holding on to a very tight angle there with regards to Starch.
Very tight angle indeed. My goodness gracious. Now, taking a look at this, information is going to be key. You can just already see P6 trying to get a bit of an operating angle here. At least there's just a little bit of information. Oh, and I saw J7 needing to reload that shotty before they head into the action because they are going to need as many bullets as they possibly can to keep themselves in this one. NASR, ooh, nice little bit of an assist. They're finding one. So that is going to be at least one potential angle they can handle here. Teak now with the rotation in. That 2-1 split is going to be key here for Falcons. Do they have the utility to take NASR out of this? And for NASR, it has been a tough day. They could do with a great start here to take out one of their competitors.
Yep, it could definitely be exactly the start that NASR needs to do the job. But as we can see also then, I mean, Falcons, they're not going to be sticking around. Instead, they are going to be looking to push a little bit further down. Maybe even setting up a bit of a bait and switch coming in there. Meanwhile, Clear Vision going to be feeling all the heat and aggression sent over to them as RUKH Esports look to reach across the way. But of course, a bit of a third-party opportunity available here as R8 Esports come creeping on forward. Vankid, ooh, now really has to cover all the possible angles. Unfortunately for Vankid, we do see Focus also with some really great awareness being shared as well.
Taking a look at it now. Clear Vision, interesting position now for them, holding on R8 slowly but surely. Trying to close that gap, find an opportunity here to get a few more eliminations. Time is going to be of the essence. RUKH trying to step up, not quite making those connections just yet. And again, you have to be so wary. Look how many teams are in those surrounding areas. I mean, a third party is just around the corner. And it's going to be a very tough battle for them. Clear Vision now only with 2 members remaining, having to try and fight off a Sanhok that is so congested and so tightly knit. It's not going to be easy by any means necessary.
Speaking of which, though, we do still see 4 teams on those outlying regions, still all the way out in the blue zone. That is RTG, Twisted, as well as the World of Battle, Enigma, Galaxy. Not quite sure what their approach is, but a quick look back at what RUKH was able to do, just dealing absolute devastation. But yeah, this is definitely going to be quite the packed zone for the squads to try and work their way through. Vision also going to be trying to dip their toes into a little bit of that security. But R8 presented with a great opportunity, and I'm curious to see how Vision are going to be looking to respond to this. Are we going to be seeing a full-on showing of aggression, Vision just rushing their way forward, or maybe a little bit more of a tactful approach, trying to sneak their way into the zone and then get the upper hand onto R8?
I'm very curious to that myself. As we've mentioned, we've seen their tactical approach. We've seen how they are able to deal with those rotations and how they've been able to make some great decisions in terms of those positional advantages. But it hasn't been as an explosive result as what we've seen with some of the other teams like Virtual Gaming as an example, as what we would like. It's been very consistent, however. So, consistently painful, as we do see Sly finding Raouf there. But yeah, Vision, I would like to see something different from them, especially on the Sanhok. It's crazy enough as it is. There is that potential for third parties. There is that potential to get a great number of eliminations while maintaining your numbers. But we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Sly, again, it's the second time we get to actually take a look at how they've been taking these rotations, but they are having some trouble now. Already one back to the lobby, a second unfortunately knocked, and Lord still with more utility than they can count, sending it through into the way of Sly. Ooh, hey, ow. Ooh.
But NIGMA, they've been struggling a little bit so far today to find good consistency with regards to placement. I mean, they've only had 2 placement points. The rest of their points all coming off the back of elimination and aggression. So I'm curious to see at which point NIGMA are going to be looking to play for a little bit more of a end game positioning, because I mean, being down to a solo this early on is not going to bode very well for the side there of NIGMA, especially not with the addition of GEEKAY coming through just behind them. Upsets are going to be all over the place, but again, we are still left with 15 teams, everyone essentially now being able to condense themselves and get themselves much closer towards the zone. We're still waiting for a few outliers to also dip their toes in. But speaking about dipping their toes, look at XENON up on the hill. A very interesting spot. I mean, great vantage point, especially down towards the southern side, but I'm not quite sure whether or not it's actually a position that they can capitalize too much off of.
Yeah, look, again, it's a very similar situation than what we saw in that previous Erangel. Great positioning. They have a clear view on a plethora of teams to take a fight with. But timing and how they're going to be managing those surroundings is going to be key. Again, zone rotation still has to come in. We still need to see how the World of... I don't know how this happens, but the 2 teams that I wanted to see more of, the World of Battle and Twisted Minds, those 2 teams still yet to find themselves in the zone. So it's going to be a very tough rotation, especially for the likes of Twisted Minds. RTG also in a position where they need to find some sort of spacing between either Vision or Brute Force to get themselves a foothold into that next zone. With that shift towards the north, we have a bridge in play, and we have a lot of more rotations that need to be focused towards that southern edge. So XENON in a position where they are going to have to deal with a lot of stragglers in those rotations.
I think there's essentially 3 teams that could really capitalize on positioning at this point. I'm looking at RUKH Esports, FALCONS, and the players coming through from Quest. I think if those 3 teams really hunker down, they can just absolutely upset the lobby. You could also add the players from Brute Force into the mix, but I think for Brute Force, it is also going to rely heavily on where exactly they get themselves situated, because we got RTG and Vision now taking that approach coming through from this northeastern side. So the pressure is definitely going to be on. I mean, RUKH Esports, they're going to have to worry about clear vision, but that's only one team that is potentially going to be drawing their attention. And on the other side of the zone, Quest, they might have their hands full as the teams will come through for that approach. But fortunately, there's a bit of a filter, right? We got XENON, we've got the players from FALCONS, as well as Sly Machine, that could definitely look to, you know, just whittle away at the contentious numbers coming through from this Western Front.
And they're going to have to do that. I mean, we still have 15 teams left. Looking at the spacing we have available, that already gets cut in half with the river right in the middle of the zone. So, yeah, please, let's thin out this competition. It is getting a bit too hot and sweaty on a map like Sanhok. That's not where you want to be. Already R8, unfortunately, falling to that rotation. RUKH starting to step on up, but they're feeling the pressure as well. Clear Vision making their presence known alongside Vision and RTG. Brute Force still in the action as well. So R8, I mean, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Literally fish in a barrel as they just try and desperately make a rotation.
And it's tough. I mean, as we've said before, the zones seem to be favoring the water quite a bit today, regardless of what map we're on, right? And
It's silly.
even on Miramar, a map that doesn't really have all that much water, it still manages to be the situation here. But it's tough for these teams, as they will have to battle their way on through. But a beautiful nade coming through from Groza. Unfortunately, it is onto their own teammate. But the timing on that explosion was just absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, yeah, not going exactly the way they would have wanted. Now comes the opportunity for Vision to see if they can maybe find a bit of a bounce back against RTG. And so far, it seems like it is looking pretty positive.
There we go, a little bit of a return. We wanted this aggression from Vision. Finally, we get to witness it. And on a map like Sanhok, I couldn't be happier. But of course, it's not over just yet. RTG with their split, they still have 2 members available for that reach-in. But looks like they will be prioritizing the rotation in. And what a choice to make. Do they stay on the land? Do they go up to Vision headquarters? Or do they take a swim? For it looks like Vision's not going to give them the option. Moving in for that finish. RTG dropped to down only 1 up. And Adam trying to desperately make a dash into the zone. Kalaga, I don't know how they are alive.
Ooh, but Kalaga now going from the fire into the frying pan as the, well, yeah, the final hits are delivered, and that is RTG getting ended right then and there. We're still left with 14 teams and 45 players. But again, nowhere really is safe within this region. I mean, NASR also now going to be sliding off of a few heights as they too start to take their approaches. Going to be twisted now, getting absolutely battered and bruised as NASR starts with a beautiful opening and a great play. As you can see, Starch just causing absolute mayhem.
Is what we need to see from NASR. And again, they still have four of their members alive and Adams, so please make that rotation in, because then we could be having a completely different discussion for NASR, which is be great to see. Twisted Minds, that rotation in. And why are you fighting each other? These are the 2 teams that needed to have the best performance on the Sanhok, and they have found one another and are currently taking themselves out into the lobby. So I'm a little bit upset, but hey, if there's a fight to be had, if there's eliminations to be had, you have to take it.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be the play, though. It's still such a tough position to be in. And the World of Battle going to be looking to ride out the edge. Trying to, maybe even flank their way on through. We do say goodbye to the side of NIGMA Galaxy as they will get shipped on back. Clear Vision going to be the next one out in 13th. And this is where we could see the Blue Zone actually getting the better hand of so many of our teams. I mean, even R8 getting backed up with only 4 eliminations to their name.
Only 4 eliminations, but at least, you know, it's, I want to say it's better than nothing. It's such a tough battle right now for the Sanhok matchup with the rotations that we've had to see. It's not been easy. So the fact that you're able to get anything whatsoever, it's going to be counting for something at the end of the day. Sanhok is only that tiny, and we only have a few more matches left before we're going to be seeing what that first day is going to be looking like. So as anything that they can muster is going to be worthwhile. GEEKAY Esports, on the other hand, have had a very tough last few matches. They've been starting to fall off, and unfortunately, they will be only going back to the lobby with 4 eliminations. But again, better than nothing, right? What I am worried about is how Falcons are going to turn this one around. They also have been a team alongside GEEKAY that have been a bit quiet. They haven't had a massive fall off, but they have dropped 1 or 2 positions on that overall leaderboard. So I'd like to see a little bit more aggression from them, especially based on their previous PMPL performances. We know they have it in them. We know that they have what it takes. We just need to see them actually realize those opportunities.
I mean, we could be seeing quite a bit of a play coming through from the Falcons, because as we saw in the last PMPL, they put quite a bit of focus on their overall Sanhok performances. So I think that already speaks volumes as to what they are capable of. But now they're going to have to show it, right? The statistics only take us so far. And speaking of statistics, XENON, who we also saw securing quite a bit of a performance up on this map specifically, also now feeling the heat as Marshall reaches into J7. But all the pressure and hopes and dreams for the side of XENON rely solely on their performance yet to come. As Spec now finds themselves in a bit of a 1v1 situation, but not exactly the easiest 1v1, right? We do have Senkei there from the side of XENON, yet to bring in that reinforcement, but no need as Marshall gets it done. And that is NASR getting shipped on back. Out they go, 9th place with 3 eliminations up.
Oh my goodness, NASR has just been running into such difficult opposition today. So I'm so sad, but hey, we're going to be seeing them pick it up soon, I am pretty sure. Brute Force now making a bit of a rotation on in, right behind the likes of RUKH Esports, who've also been relegated, unfortunately, down to 2 members. So their current focus is, of course, on the likes of FALCONS. It looks like that might be the end of them, though. A beautiful finish with that nade, thanks to Puncher, and that will see them, unfortunately, back into the lobby. But now, look at this timing. Brute Force, they thought they were going to be surprising RUKH. However, FALCONS now sitting ducks as Brute Force make their approach in. They have information, there's a team in front of them. They have the angles. They might be able to take FALCONS out here.
There's definitely a big possibility of that to be the situation, be the case, but let's see whether or not FALCONS can find a way out of this whole play. I mean, Brute Force, they're definitely one of my favorite teams, right? I really enjoy watching their gameplay, and I also enjoy their name, the Broody Fruities. That's why I call them that, because it just sounds so much such fun. Wow, probably helps if I English properly. But either which way, the pressure is on, right? Because FALCONS, I mean, they've proved themselves coming through not only the PMPL, but also just grinding their way through the PMPL finals itself as well. So this is a great showing for both teams. But it's going to come down to who's able to pull the trigger the quickest, right? And get their hands on those plays. In the meanwhile, as we move back over towards the western side, it's going to be the World of Battle and Twisted Minds now getting ready for a little bit of an altercation. And Krona definitely needs to get themselves patched up.
Let's take a look at this now. Puncher King, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a damage, but a nice turnaround and an unexpected third party now coming through. Twisted Minds, they've taken a bit of a break from their battle against the World of Battle. Have to wait and see how that's going to turn out for them. They can't ignore them for too much longer, otherwise they will be putting themselves in a sandwich. Now we take a look at this. XENON feeling the pressure as well. Relegated to only 1 member still standing. I don't see Marshall, so that is going to be a bit of a tough battle now for them to turn this one around. Oh, damage now being dealt. The World of Battle finally making that push into Twisted Minds. And oh, the shotguns are just too good.
Oh, absolutely loving it. I mean, Twisted Minds not going to be too happy about it. Ooh, but a cheeky nade as Quest look to capitalize RUKH, lock into rain down with a little bit of lead. The nade is out, the bounce is there, but it doesn't find the damage. The jump shots come through, and that is RUKH getting dropped to their knees. Fortunately, the reinforcements coming through from the side of Quest. Fahidan easy, really needing to close this one up, and oh, just on the edge. Beautiful strafing from Muhammad. Absolutely dealing devastation into the side of Quest. What a turnaround, but now Fahidan just needs one shot to end it for Muhammad. Will they be able to secure the play? Up comes the push. Oh, it's right there. Oh! Fahidan saves the day, but Muhammad absolutely clutching it out.
No, man, this is ridiculous. Quest back to back, just bringing in those eliminations. But unfortunately, with that rotation, with all of that damage dealt back and forth, they will be seeing themselves back into the lobby. Not without like much pressure though, because they picked up those 10 eliminations, so they will be quite happy with that. Now, like we said, the brute force that they have brought in terms of that rotation now, holding into this coastal line, managing the expectation here between Vision and, of course, the likes of Falcon Whites. Brute Force, an opportunity here for them, but they need to maintain these numbers. They're up against a 2-team member on the side, and of course, the 1 member here from Vision towards that northern side. So they have that opportunity, but now they need to get these eliminations as soon as possible before they get pincered.
Well, I'm not going to lie, I am low-key rooting for one particular team. I'm not going to name the name, but it's that one that we're looking at right here, more or less. And, well, things are looking pretty up and up and up. As, well, there's one player standing between that particular team and a winner chicken dinner. FALCONS, though, doing a phenomenal job. 6 eliminations. And getting packed up in 3rd place, that does award them quite a few placement points as well. But now comes the absolute barrage as the Broody Fruities get ready for the final showdown. I mean, Volt could still clutch this one out. One well-placed nade could play quite a bit of an upset against the side of Brute Force, but that is not going to happen. As they step up, they reign supreme, and they make Sanhok theirs as they claim themselves the lovely winner chicken dinner, and doing so with, you know, a handful of eliminations to just, you know, strengthen that up as well.
Man, oh man, what a wild Sanhok. I mean, when you take a look at the teams that we saw in those final positions, in the better positioning, with those rotations, I mean, we were talking about the likes of XENON, we were talking about the likes of Brute Force also making that rotation in, and also Quest Esports finishing off with 10 eliminations, but not garnering the placement points that you would deem necessary to those eliminations. Unfortunately, once again, the zone is just playing fate.
Yeah, as we know by now, the zone is no one's friend, right? It doesn't care who you are. It is gonna do what it does, and of course, the Brute Force squad also doing what they do as they secure themselves a lovely 15 pointers up. But as you pointed out, there is Quest, absolutely phenomenal gameplay, double-digit elims, and even though they didn't make it up into the top 3, they do walk away with 2nd place for this match.
Ooh, you really would want to see them having more just because of all the hard work that they put in, but nevertheless, points are points, and this is definitely going to be helping the tally. Two teams that we weren't expecting to say goodbye to so soon on, NIGMA Galaxy and Road to Glory. Yeah, it didn't quite translate the way that we were thinking, but I do still see that we should be seeing a change up when we go back to those Erangel and Miramar matches, because we should be seeing the team starting to settle into their boots. Like you said, we'll across that halfway point. We've got 2 more matches for today. That's day 1 then done and dusted. The teams then have that information, hopefully, to change things up. But speaking of changing things up, that match report on Sanhok, my goodness gracious, I am not shocked in the slightest to see RUKH sitting there with most eliminations and highest damage.
RUKH being our Sanhok GOAT here, so big congratulations going into RUKH. I mean, a very impressive amount of damage, 1,070. No surprise, as you said, right? This is Sanhok, a map that really lends itself to a lot of aggression, and RUKH just capitalizing on as much of that as they could. I mean, this is a very impressive performance because that is 70% of the elimination tally coming through for their squad. So great job, well freaking done. But of course, then we also can see such a strong contribution coming in, right? The teams really having to work so much harder in this match up in Sanhok because, you know, there's just so much opportunity for punishments to come through, right? If you make a mistake on the map of Sanhok, you might not always necessarily live to regret it.
Yeah, look, that Sanhok was no expectation. I mean, when we saw that zone actually making that rotation into the northern side, again, I don't know what it is with the zone guards and their love for water today, but it definitely proved a very difficult rotation for the teams. And we're taking a look at those wonderful highlights. I mean, we have no shortage of action on this match of Sanhok. It was just battle after battle after battle. And so many, once again, amazing clutches and amazing opportunities for teams like GEEKAY Esports as an example, or even FALCONS White, who have been a bit more quiet and have had a bit of a tougher start to those first 2 matches, finally having that opportunity, as we expected, to get a few more points.
Yeah, but that is definitely what we are going to be looking at, right? Teams just utilizing the available opportunity to secure as much as they possibly can. And again, right, DBSs and the shotties doing their thing. No surprise, really. But of course, also love the ARs also just getting utilized across the board. I mean, these teams, so dang capable. But I think the big play definitely was made by the side of Brute Force, just finding momentum. Even though things were a little bit more quiet up on towards that northeastern side, they were fighting their own battles, of course, going toe-to-toe with the side here of Vision, trying to at least find themselves in some kind of a footing. But the big upsets definitely being played up and towards this container yard, with RUKH causing absolute carnage, just such a menace onto the side here of all the battle.
Yeah, look, the sound of that DBS coming for you should give you enough warning on this map specifically that you want to turn around and run, because that's not a battle that you want to really be taking. But man, what a fantastic Sanhok, and I'm very elated. I love Sanhok, so I'm very happy with things. DK, I think we need to just take a little bit of a break and actually get over this happiness before we go back to the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Welcome back, guys, as we are getting ourselves ready to move into the final two matches here today. Of course, we've got Erangel and Miramar that are yet to come, not exactly in that order, I think, right? But either which way, we of course have quite a bit of a lot to look at. Now, Ez, I know there's something in particular that you want to take a look at.
Yes, I mean, we mentioned it briefly, but just the contrast in play styles that we've been seeing between, is that being Brute Force and Quest Esports. I mean, the team that got the highest eliminations, you can see the difference in that tactical play versus that aggression, of course, being in the side of Quest Esports. 10 eliminations with that 1.6k damage, but it doesn't result in the placements that they were looking for. I think they only got about 3 placement points ultimately at the end of it. And that's due to the sheer amount of action, the back-to-back fighting they had to take just to stay in the map on its own. So as we take a look at it, moving into Erangel, moving into Miramar, what this means for our teams is, again, I like that we're still seeing that change in these teams. I mean, like we saw with Vision Esports, having a more aggressive approach on Sanhok. I mean, it's not, it's not shocking to see that happen, but it could mean a potential more aggression in towards maps like Erangel and Miramar, which could see teams either like Brute Force or the likes of Quest Esports rising to the top with those newfound points.
I mean, that could definitely be a potential play for these teams to have, but I'm also quite curious to see what the approach is going to be moving back into our final Erangel of the day, because as we've seen, we've had Virtual Gaming Squad step up with a bit of a winner-winner chicken dinner. We've had RUKH Esports, of course, securing themselves the very first one of the day. But I think at the end of the day, it boils down to who's able to maintain that consistency, right? Who will be able to pick it up and just push to that next extra little bit? Because, I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad, essentially, they've been able to find themselves 33 points just on this match alone. The map alone, rather.
I get what you mean. Don't worry. I got you. Absolutely. Look, it's the difference in playstyle that we've seen. And again, a lot of it has to do with those rotations and those positional plays. I mean, we just saw the absolute dash for madness to that military base island towards the end of it. And with that third Erangel now finally turning its head, it means the teams, they have a little bit more information. Like we said, first couple of matches done and dusted. Those nerves are out of the window. Now it's serious time. It is playtime. It is time for these teams to bring their playstyle and play their own games, not play to the games of their opponents, not play into their strengths, but to bring forth a focus on what they are capable of doing at this moment in time before we go back to those VOD reviews, before we just start to change things up. It is time to play to your strengths. And for Erangel specifically, I mean, the focus is obviously going to be on our current leaders, right? We're talking about our Brute Force. We're talking about that Quest Esport, that Vision, that Virtual Gaming, but also on some of the teams that haven't had as nearly of a successful run on Erangel today, what we would expect them. Like RUKH Esports, they had a great first match, second match not so great. GEEKAY Esports, also. NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, we could go on and on just listing names that we expect to do so much better at this point in time, but now it might be that turning point.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be that turning point. And one team in particular that I'm going to be hoping to hit that turning point is going to be the players coming through from Twisted Minds. Because, you know, they weren't having all that much luck coming through the PMPL with regards to Erangel. I mean, we know that they did at least secure themselves, winner with chicken dinner on this map. But I want to see how they're going to be looking to change that up coming through the championship, because this is the place where you show how you've been able to adapt to everything that you've learned through your spring and your full PMPL splits, right? How all of that information, all that, all the struggles, how all of that has actually culminated and what you can then do moving forward from that point. So I definitely want to see Twisted Minds really starting to pop off, staying true to their name. And of course, we've got Crypto and Evo Station in the squad. So they've got the players. They have exactly what they need to have one phenomenal match. And I'm hoping to see it potentially even start in this match.
I also I want to have an answer to what Sly Machine and of course the likes of Road to Glory have been cooking. They've been semi-consistent in terms of their placements and in terms of the points that they specifically been able to get on this map. Some of our top 4 teams that actually have just had a great performance so far today. Sly in particular, their rotations are very interesting to me. Again, I don't know how they manage to just peek up, get an elimination, and then they jump into the shadows. They go and they disappear. No one can find them until much later when, guess what, they're peeking and taking an elimination from you again. And they do that so well that we get to that end point and they've got 7 or odd eliminations, and now they just need to worry about a placement. It's really interesting, and I wonder if they can continue that, especially moving into this last Erangel when the teams are a little bit more used to each other and they are aware of who the bad guys are going to be and who the focus needs to be.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see just how exactly all of this is going to play out. But I mean, well, a great opportunity to really come up with interesting ways to approach these games, because I mean, there's so much opportunity, and we are still in the early stage of this championship. And once we end today, I do expect the teams to come through with a lot more focus and determination moving through here, you know, banking on the lessons they've learned off of the first day and seeing whether or not some of their strategies works, trying to get a good feel as to how they should be playing this. Of course, they know what works for them, but I want to see all of that then being utilized. I want to see these teams just absolutely flourishing and playing the best insane possible PUBG that they can play up to this point. Because as we know, PMGC is up for grabs. There's 4 slots available. And these teams, I can't wait to see how they're going to be performing once they step onto the battlefield with, you know, squads from other regions.
Yeah, I mean, then you go from trying to adapt to teams where you should be slightly more, you know, familiar to a completely different ball game, a completely different opportunity. And those different play styles are going to provide a new set of challenges, but also a new set of opportunities to learn and grow and be better. And the team that is able to adapt the quickest is the team that is going to get those wins, is the team that is going to be the one at the top of the leaderboard. So that's where these MEA championships are really going to be able to showcase who we should be looking out for. Who is the team, as an example, who's going to come through into this last Erangel of the day and have everyone's number and have everyone's strategy in a pocket and be like, cool, we know what you can do. We can be better. We can still beat you. So that's going to be the focus for me. This last Erangel is really going to set the tone as well for the rest of the week, because as we know, if you don't like Erangel, you're going to be in for a treat this week.
Yes, especially seeing that we have 3 Erangels per day. So, you know, it's almost like broccoli. Either you like it or you have to kind of just force it down, right? It's one of those two. There's no in between. So I'm hoping that the teams do take a bit of a liking to this, you know, especially the teams that need to find a little bit more of a steady flow when it comes to the map of Erangel and their performances to go inside with that. Speaking of which, though, we've got Quest and R8 getting ready for a little bit of a showdown as RUKH comes through with a very quick play with that Bison. And now RUKH could be on the receiving end of a little bit of that hot and heated love, but unfortunately RUKH getting a little bit too excited with sending the nade out. Oh, Kante, though, comes in with a great assist.
It was all a part of the plan. It was a simple distraction so that they wouldn't be looking at Kante sending in that beautiful nade, and it all made sense. So there we go. A nice little bit of an early present coming through. Unfortunately for the likes of R8, they're just going to have to give up on this one. There's no worth in going for this rotation at this moment in time. Quest Esports already going in for the finish, and yeah, information and position are not quite on the cards for them just yet, but hey, we should be able to see them still pull a rabbit out of the hat. A bit of a later rotation, as you can see, from all the way on Everest into that zone. What I'm interested in as well, other than this interesting position here between NIGMA Galaxy and RTG, is also how Vision, once again, are going to be dealing with this outskirt position. Very late on the rotation, all the way from shooting range and Georgia Pools, so it's going to be something to keep in the back of our minds.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be quite a bit of a thing to, you know, keep a very, very close eye on as well. But still, quite a few teams yet to rotate up, sipping on some blue juice. As we know, blue juice, it's weird. It leaves a little bit of a tingling sensation on your tongue, so you can't have too much of it. And of course, it's not too good for your health. So you definitely want to get yourself out of that, back into the zone, so you stand a bit of a fighting chance. And speaking about fighting chances, XENON definitely going to be looking to make a little bit of noise as they come creeping closer towards that shelter position.
Absolutely. Well, looking at this one, Quest Esports also massive pressure on them to maintain this lead and to keep themselves in the running with these crazy plays. Brute Force, the Broody Fruities, all the way from that northern side, once again, also very low and slow rotation. RUKH Esports and Brute Force have been the two teams that have been the most consistent in that specific strategy across all maps. Every single map, they head towards the north if they can, and then they just take a late outskirt rotation. And especially for the likes of Brute Force in towards that Sanhok, it was definitely working for them. For RUKH Esports, it's been a bit of a catch-22. We saw that fantastic play on that first Erangel. Again, individual prowess shining ultimately there. Here, I want to see them as that tight-knit group really bringing in the pain to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I definitely want to see, you know, teams like you mentioned now, can't say with a pen, you know, like RUKH and the Breedy Fruities really find a good way of utilizing those rotations, regardless of what map it's on, right? It worked out for Brute Force when they came through on the map of Sanhok. Things might not necessarily go exactly the same way when it comes to Erangel. As we know, each map has its own kind of play style that you need to try and adapt to have the most possible success coming into it. But of course, still, a lot of these teams that are yet to rotate forward, they could maybe bring quite a bit of an upset to those strategies. But a great opportunity here for Twisted Minds to just look to capitalize on a little bit of that breach camping, because they need points, right? And the more eliminations and the more points they can find, obviously the better it is going to be for them. So let's hope that Twisted Mind can get a bit of a jump here, because Virtual Gaming Squad, they are one of our defending squads when it comes to the map of Erangel.
Absolutely. So it has to be here. It has to be now. Well, preferably now. We can wait till tomorrow, but I want action right now, please. This is going to be an interesting one now for teams as well. Like we said, it's getting to that point where we start to see those gaps forming. We obviously have the likes of Brute Force and Vision right up ahead of them at leading the pack, but it's been very close and contentious, I would say, for the top 8. As soon as we get into that second page, we obviously have a much more significant drop, but it's been because of these top heavy engagements. So the teams that are at the top are the teams that are just jumping up those leaderboards. And this one is going to be interesting. Brute Force and RUKH Esports. Two teams currently sitting in first place and 5th place respectively on the overall leaderboard. So if they were here to take that engagement, it definitely would potentially spell a disaster for that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously going to be a little bit more important to the side of RUKH Esports. They're only 10 points away, so whatever they can find here is going to be absolutely magic. But it might be a little bit upsetting for the side of the Broody Fruities if that is the case. But they also got to watch out for Vision, as we can see them coming through with a little bit of a cheeky rotation off the back end there. In the meanwhile, the Zorn is going to be taking us up north. So Twisted and Virtual Gaming Squad, they definitely going to have to find a way, not only off of the bridge, but also through the teams that are waiting just towards the north. So it's going to be a very tough rotation, because we got NIGMA, we got Sly, Clear Vision, so many teams that are going to be looking to just bring in a few cheeky trades. And yeah, best of luck to Virtual, as they now do start with a bit of an approach here, coming through onto the side of Twisted, but it does seem like Dadino is going to be primed and ready to roll, as we got that nade. Oh, but unfortunately, G just lays into the side of them.
Oh, I can hear those sounds. I can hear the pain rolling on in. Virtual Gaming, interesting position that they're going to be holding as well, considering that zone is on its way. So I don't think they want to really be dealing with Twisted Minds all the much longer. We can see FALCONS already making that call as well, taking that rotation in. It is time to get into safety. So Virtual Gaming, they have to do something similar. Going to be taking a bit of a wider approach along that coastal line, trying to give themselves enough cover to just avoid the damage that Twisted Mind is going to be dealing out, because they have a little bit more of that high ground to work with. But it is not going to be without its own battles. We can see right up ahead of them, if Virtual Gaming continue this pathing, they go straight into the back of Sly.
Yeah, that's definitely not the kind of approach that you want to get, because we've seen what Sly is capable of, so that could present quite a bit of a threat to them. But, you know, big ups to the side they have Twisted, getting themselves mobilized, prepping for a bit of a push, looking to get themselves repositioned. But I'm curious to see who's going to be looking to play for the northern edge of zone. I mean, the teams don't necessarily know, well, we know with regards to the open areas, but it's all down to those preemptive plays and how the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. And Twisted, this could maybe develop into a little bit of a costly play if they're not all too cautious, because we've got NIGMA lying in wait, we got RTG, as well as the side of Quest a little bit further up. So a lot of contention coming through. And speaking about contention, it's going to be NASR and Clear Vision now finding themselves in a bit of a head-to-head, a little bit of a showdown to see who's going to be locked in onto the compound. And so far, NASR biting off quite a bit of a hard pull. As you can see, the heads just raining on down. And I'm not quite sure if NASR are going to make it out of this one in one piece. Well, there we have our answer. The answer is no, as they are instead our first team getting sent back into the lobby.
Oh, the pain that is going to be dealt. Clear Vision once again. Interesting position now to be holding on. NASR feeling the damage, feeling the brunt of the action, while Virtual Gaming just continue to rain on the hits. Coop's now going to be taken out. And that will mean that NIGMA Galaxy are in a bit of an interesting position here. Currently finding themselves, of course, sandwiched, not only between Virtual Gaming, but of course the likes of XENON, and right up ahead of them it is RTG. So decisions will need to be made sooner rather than later how they are going to handle this one. I wouldn't say they want to stick around much longer before those rotations move on in. So as we take a look at that, Zone is going to relocate. We've got GEEKAY Esports and the World of Battle with a prime position into this next phase. And here towards that northern side, look again, lo and behold, it is the outsiders of Slime Machine moving on in for a few potential eliminations.
Well, there could be a few cheeky trades to be found there, but it is still going to be quite a tough angle to hold. And I mean, we did see that zone shift now coming through, taking us down on towards that more southern positioning. And I mean, GEEKAY, at least for the time being, a decent spot to have, but they're going to have to watch that hill where we see Prestige from RTG also now just perched on. And of course, the World of Battle just across the way. These are two formidable angles to be holding, especially within a zone like this. And just a little bit further down south, we got XENON and Virtual Gaming Squad also contesting for a little bit of that hard cover. But GEEKAY really going to be looking to capitalize on every available opportunity, as they do have the reach, the lineup, and the angles to apply all the pressure they can muster.
Love to see this raining in the action here. And quite a bit of damage now that we will be seeing as well. Oof. GEEKAY Esports just holding onto this one. Great positioning, like we said. And they definitely would love to finally have a fantastic Erangel showing here. Sly Esports again. A little bit of a rotation in. Is going to be caught on out there by Neos, with Brute Force holding the line, trying to keep their head on a swivel here with these rotations. So it seems like they're starting to at least get a handle on Sly's rotations and how they like to play their games. So I have to be a little bit more worried and concerned how Sly will be able to handle that.
Want to see whether or not Sly are going to be able to pick up the pieces. I mean, they still have 3 players up, but a rather wide spread on their front as they do make a break. Looking to get themselves situated into the zone. Was holding on to that wizard tower could provide them with at least a little bit of a security, a bit of temporary security. But Steezy now reaching into mind as we look down at Prepod, Ado, and of course Neos. But I like the position there from Neos. A nice little bit of Overwatch. Definitely being in a position where they could lend quite a bit of a helping hand and maybe find those plays onto the side here of Sly Machine. So either which way, Brute Force and Sly gonna have to be quite, you know, cautious as to how they take these next few plays.
Interesting position indeed. Again, this Erangel, it's a little bit more structured in terms of what we've seen from the previous ones. Again, thankfully to do with the zone rotation as well, allowing for a bit more of a mainland stay. But now it is going to come down to how the teams will be handling these situations. Sly, as we said, they made that rotation, had that opportunity to get a few eliminations before this point, but have unfortunately had a taste of their own medicine with Brute Force holding that northern ridge line. Some of the other teams that we saw, like NIGMA Galaxy, also had to lose a player just on that rotation. XENON still holding on to as many as they possibly can. But in the center, where this chaos reigns supreme, it is GEEKAY and the World of Battle. holding a very difficult position, especially now with this next zone rotation. They are still going to be the focus. They are still going to be those teams that can make or break this Erangel for the surrounding rotations.
I 100% agree with you on that, and I'm curious to see whether or not they can hold true to that. In the meanwhile, there's going to be Brute Force now just reaching in onto the side of Sly. 13 going to be the last one left to defend their honor, but Brute Force adamant they are going to be looking to find as much of that utility placement as they can get. But Prepod, Ado, Neo is definitely going to have to pick it up. Meanwhile, it is going to be Tapok coming through with a very cheeky play, but Freak giving them back a bit of their own medicine, coming through with that S12K. And now, well, they got to try and see if they can maybe attend to Lord, because having NIGMA back on a 2-piece could really go a very, very long way, specifically all the way to the end of this match.
Oh, RUKH Esports now holding on. Wizard Tower is feeling the brunt of the action here, as Arthur just wants to stay alive and hopefully later rejoin the rest of their teammates as they hope to make this so much better of a showing as what we've seen in the previous matches. It's been a slow start for the World of Battle. We've seen 2 or so points being brought in these last couple of matches, but it's definitely not where they would want to be. So losing Arthur here could be devastating, but look at that. A little bit of a reach in from the World of Battle will mean that we have 2 now going down for the side of RUKH Esports. At least the knock is not going to be quite as devastating, but Arthur's still having to be in such a tough decision. Do they go for it? Do they try and stick it out and hopefully give their teammates an opportunity to rotate in closer?
Well, this is a very bold play coming through from Arthur, looking to see if they can steal the vehicle away. And so far, I mean, RUKH Esports not going to be looking to give up anything just yet. So that will allow Arthur to just fall back into a little bit of safety. Meanwhile, it's going to be XENON now knocking on the door here, looking to see if they can find the plays down onto Virtual Gaming Squad. But Yafoz not looking all too great with that health RC being so low. But at least then, for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, the teams in the vicinity making it quite challenging for XENON to get a good, secure breach to play the upset. And now it all boils down to one. As you can see, the approach coming through, the nades getting cooked up. Speaking about approaches, though, it's going to be Quest now rushing up into the side here of GEEKAY. They want to get the bounce in, but Santa, oh, they already have a bag full of surprises in store for them. And this is now going to come down to the wire. Santa sends it out, and that is Quest getting sent away. Only 3 eliminations up.
My goodness gracious, how the tables have turned. Now, again, like we said, this Erangel is starting to showcase a different storyline. We're starting to see a lot more teams bringing in their prowess. GEEKAY Esports focus has been on them, of course, but unfortunately, they do not get a moment to breathe. RTG already here with the uptake, a few nades being sent on out, is at least going to find one potential further return as we wait to see what RTG is going to do in the situation. Once again, lo and behold, it is Gaith to try and keep GEEKAY Esports in this one.
Well, Gaith got a little bit of that special sauce. Let's see if it is going to be exactly what RTG had ordered. As they now need to hold up the front line. Pretty isolated, making a quick break. Ooh, come on. Is Gaith going to upset this? They got the Bison in hand. Up comes the Broody Fruities as well. Oh, no. Down they go as Rio lands the nade. Oh, Kalaga with a follow-through. Picking up Ado. And RTG now just mounting such an aggressive defensive play here. Not quite sure how Neos and Prepod are going to be able to pick this one back up again. But as you can see, Riva, Rio definitely looking to show as much dominance here as they can muster. And up comes the push, the play. Kalaga going to be there just for a little bit of safety. But Neos with a beautiful nade does invert the initial push coming through. But where will it go? It's a 3v3. Slightly leaning in favor of the Broody Fruities, and of course they are no strangers to a pretty contentious play. But will these nades now result to anything other than a bit of a tennis match?
You catch the nade. No, you catch the nade. No, I don't want it. Brute Force, RTG, a little bit of a situation here as well. Like you said, maybe a game of pass the ball, pass the nade, catch. You know, not really either one that I would want to do with a grenade, but RTG moving on in. Again, resources starting to dwindle. They need to finish this one off, and that is going to be an opener. Prepod goes down. And now we take a look at the remaining two. Brute Force all of a sudden in the hot pot, in the hot seat, and they managed to find a little bit of a success. RTG say goodbye, and unfortunately, as they will not be getting any more eliminations into their count. But again, 6 eliminations. Not a bad start on this Erangel.
Yeah, definitely not a bad start, but we do have one team still sitting on a pretty good footing here. It is going to be none other than the World of Battle, and as I say that, Busher plays the upset, bringing Muhammad to their knees. Now looking to see if they can find the sneaky play onto what's out there. But of course, we still have Krona hanging in the wing. I mean, RUKH Esports, again, this is a great opportunity for them. They had a little bit of tough luck coming into our second Erangel, but so far, things could maybe turn out quite positive for them. It is going to be a pretty tough play, though, because they are going up against 9 other players, so not the best odds to try and utilize at this point. Speaking of odds, though, NIGMA Galaxy, Brute Force, and Falcons are on towards this western front. Again, a very stretched out approach.
Look, it's really not going to be an easy decision moving into these final few moments of Erangel. We're running out of spacing, we're running out of players as well, as everyone just seems to be so aggressive today, which I love to see. But NIGMA Galaxy, as an example, finding themselves quite literally pincered between either Falcons or Brute Force. We will be seeing them, unfortunately, bow out as a result, while Brute Force then takes their spot. Now, Falcons, again, position for them, and timing is going to be of the essence here. They do have a 2-man setup here currently, which, I mean, matches if they were to go against Brute Force. It will be a 1-to-1. However, that is not going to be as easy as we make it sound. With that rotation now of the zone, the World of Battle and RUKH Esports also will have an easy chime in to these angles against Brute Force. And again, everyone has that same opportunity. What I am interested in to see is how Falcons is specifically going to play it, because they and RUKH Esports have one of the longest rotations to get into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to say that Falcons, they possess a great opportunity here, right? They could definitely play the aggression and the upset onto the hopes for Brute Force. But initially it is going to be quite reliant on what happens over on towards this eastern side. As we can see Eugene having a bit of a spin out. Beautiful spray down coming through here from Muhammad. But the World of Battle, the only team with 3 players up, they have the numbers advantage. They have a beautiful set of hard cover to just cause absolute carnage. But still, nothing has been decided. Falcons, Brute Force getting ready for a bit of an exchange here as well. Teak now about to get met with lead as the nade connects just onto the side. Puncher, Teak in a very dangerous spot here. But of course, well, Neo's not looking all too great either.
Yeah, look, we said it is tough all the way around. But again, I'm loving how everyone is sticking to that consistency. Brute Force, I mean, they are having a fantastic game. And the World of Battle, I can't stress this enough. They went from getting 2 average points a map to now suddenly dominating the side of Erangel with 6 eliminations. The only team they are behind currently is Brute Force, who we know have had such a consistent day so far. So this is a massive step up from the World of Battle, and I definitely want to see more of this. I'm almost leaning to wanting to see them take that winner chicken dinner, just purely based on what an upset this has been for them. But of course, Falcons, Brute Force, they are not going to make that easy for them.
Yeah, but the World of Battle also proved in the PMPL itself that they are a force to be reckoned with, right? And it's no surprise to see them really starting to find some great consistency pushing through this match here as well. But again, it's all going to come down to how they are able to uphold the approach. Will they be able to bring it in? And of course, I mean, World of Battle, they were the second strongest team on Erangel over in their respective PMPL as well. And in the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to RUKH Esports. Unfortunately, not another chicken dinner going to be coming through here, at least not on Erangel. But the opportunity is still very much available for the World of Battle. Brute Force now going to be trying to play their hand at a little bit of the Falcons. Yes, Neo is out in the open. Ado gotta watch those angles. Oh, but Neo's with the upside spike picks up a quick cheeky hit, and with that the vehicle goes up in flames. Ado, the last one left, but up comes the World of Battle to run the competition down to claim themselves the winner chicken dinner, and doing so in phenomenal style.
This is what we love to see. What an incredible showing from the World of Battle. We have been asking for it, and here it is, the World of Battle bringing in finally a performance deserving of what we've seen in the past and what we know they are capable to be. So I'm elated in the fact that we just saw them pick up such a different style and showing than what we've seen so far.
But it's amazing. I mean, of course, as we know, the World of Battle, no strangers to winner chicken dinners when it comes to the map of Erangel. So very, very happy for them to see that performance coming in. It was a matter of time, and I'm happy to see them managing to do it all still within the very first day. Of course, speaking of which, we do see Muhammad, in fact, actually securing themselves the most damage for this game.
Okie dokie. No, look, again, not surprised in terms of the eliminations we saw there from the World Battle. They were extremely active in the engagements they were taking and how they were trying to literally just stay afloat. It went from staying afloat to absolutely dominating. So it's incredible to see. Also have to give a big shout out, of course, to Quest Esports once again. Some consistency there, brute force as well, making sure that their individuals are stepping up to the plate time after time after time.
But I mean, a phenomenal ending coming through here for the World of Battle on this Erangel match. I mean, coming into the match, they were sat with only 10 points to their name, all the way in 15th position. And a performance like we just saw coming through in this game does change up the position quite a bit for them. And of course, let's see just exactly how many points they're able to secure. So that puts them on about 28 points, right? A beautiful improvement coming through for the World of Battle. But of course, the Broody Fruities coming through with 11 eliminations as well. So a very happy day, at least for both those teams.
No, that is absolutely beautiful. I mean, again, taking a look at it, we've only had these top-heavy matches. We've had only the teams that are the best at managing that aggression with those rotations, or mostly just the aggression, really. Because as you can see, the placement points aren't looking too great at the top of the leaderboard. But it's those eliminations that are just coming through in bucket loads and really capitalize and really catapulting these teams to the top of those overall standings. And that's why we're seeing such a devastating gap between our top teams. And when we just even take a look at the top of the second page, it's way too much of a gap considering we've only played 5 matches. But there is still hope. We're still seeing that continuous change in the top teams. So that consistency and hopefully that close-knit competitive level should still stay the way as we move into the last match of the day.
I mean, it's exciting, right? Because these teams keep on playing such an unpredictable game. But I think it's going to be becoming a little bit more predictable as we progress on through, right? First day is always the kind of litmus test for all our teams to get a good assessment as to what the competition will be holding for them. So far, I think everyone has been receiving a pretty strong answer as to what the expectation is and what the level of competition is. But now we still have one more match to work our way through, and we'll be getting into that in a little bit. But so far, things looking pretty exciting. We've, of course, now concluded all our Erangels available here for our teams. And so far I mean, a few surprising step-ups.
I am so happy, honestly. Like, please continue surprising us. However you feel like you want to surprise us, it's fine. Just keep going. We're here for it. We want to see these teams step up. We want to see them shine and have their moments where they can showcase why they are in this position, why they made it to the MEA Championships. They all deserve to be here. They just need to have that opportunity to showcase it.
Speaking about showcase, let's showcase a quick break. We'll be back in a short few moments, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into our very last match of the day. We are going to be heading into Miramar. Now, before we get there, let's take a look back at the amazing Erangel that we just had come through. Can't say with the fan again. Every time I see it, it just sparks a little bit of a chuckle to come through. But again, not the most insane zone that these teams had to deal with here, but just the way that it has been played out. Such a difficult and demanding approach.
Look, it's been a tough day for our teams in general in terms of the zones that they have had to deal with. The vast majority have suffered in terms of those crazy rotations and just pushing to try and get themselves into just the zone in general, not even into a position where they can actually take fights, but just into the zone. So now that we get to switch into a match where they finally have that breathing room, they finally have that ability to showcase all of these amazing strategies that they've been just keeping at bay, we start to see a different story. We start to see a different side of many of the teams. I mean, again, the World of Battle, they stepped up into a different plane from what we've seen in these last 4 matches. So it was almost as if we were watching a completely different team, but it's the team that we know. It's the World of Battle that we know and expect. So all I'm going to say is that it is the first day. It is the first 5 matches of the MEA Championship. We still have plenty more to go. We can see from that map performance that for many of the teams, it is not at all what they were expecting, considering the damage, the pure damage that they were dishing out. But hey, we still have to wait and see how they are going to turn this one around into the last match.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to take a look at that indeed. But, well, we are taking a look at now, for this point at least, it's going to be, well, our map performance coming through with regards to, I believe this is the Erangel, if not mistaken. And, I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad doing quite a bit of work with regards to the aggression that they've been able to show here. And, I mean, the results speak for themselves. They've been able to get 23 eliminations just on Erangel itself. So they've been really grinding their butts off with all the damage and that elimination count as well.
Very interesting. And again, as we continue, we start to get closer and closer to what we would expect is their default performance into these Erangel matches. And why it's so important to highlight this, as we've said, there's 3 Erangels every single day. That is completely, exactly half of the matches, half of the opportunities that they have to get themselves those PMGC slots are on Erangel. So the teams that are leading the charge on Erangel, the teams that are finding their groove on Erangel are likely going to be those teams fighting for those 4 top slots. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we go through these matches. But of course, as we know, that was the last Erangel of the day. It's time for the Dusty Dunes.
Oh, yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. We've only seen one team get themselves a winner chicken dinner on this match. Of course, it is Quest. But, well, there's a reason for that, because we've only had one Miramar being played so far. So I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to step up and reign supreme right here. Is it going to be some of our usual suspects? Could it maybe be a surprise? Right, I'm hoping for the surprise, because I want to see the teams, you know, really bring in the upsets as best they possibly can.
Absolutely. I mean, the upset we just witnessed now was incredible to witness, but it can't stop there. It can't just be a one shot on Erangel and then they go quiet again. I want to see more of every single one of these teams. Every single one of them deserves these spots. Like we said, we just need to figure out who our top 4 contenders are and who are going to be the teams to challenge all the rest from the rest of the world in those PMGC slots. So moving up into this one, definitely going to be keeping our eye on Quest Esports. Like you said, only team to actually get a winner chicken dinner so far today, because it's only our second Miramar of the day. But also, once again, Vision Esports. They gave me a question mark on our previous Miramar, but again, it could have been a case of that positioning with that zone going all the way east. Now, again, an opportunity for them to have a semi-normal zone and showcase something else.
Well, definitely a semi-normal zone indeed. I think the teams are going to be quite happy about this one, not having to put on not having to wax up the surfboards, because there's not going to be all too much water to worry about. Instead, the teams can really focus on playing out those strategies. And I think this is a good spread, because, I mean, San Martin already receiving a decent amount of love. You can see Hacienda del Patron also getting a little bit of focus being brought to it as well. But I mean, a decent spread, right? A lot of the teams relatively respective of the space, aside from Quest and RUKH Esports getting into a little bit of an altercation quite early on. But Eugene, yeah, either they need a bit of ammo or they need to find a way to get themselves out of the sticky spot because it's not looking all too great. I mean, Quest, they've got a plan here.
They've also got the better. I mean, it was a pistol. That's all that they had to fight against the shoddy, against the SMG, against the numbers. I mean, come on. There are certain things in the realm of possibility, and certain things that if they did happen, I probably would have fallen off my chair. That would have been one of them. If we saw a clutch, a 1v2 with pistol. No, it's ridiculous. Anyway, another twisting call aside. Quest Esports once again just starting us off nice and strong, picking up one of those eliminations, getting closer potentially to being the second team to get a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner so far on the likes of the MEA champs. We haven't seen one so far in today's matchups, but hey, maybe a double Miramar could be on the cards.
Well, let's see. I mean, all we can do is wait, right? Unfortunately, that is the only answer. I mean, I think if we had any other control, we probably still would just sit and wait. Because why not? It's so much fun to see exactly what these teams... Yes, yes. If we could control anything, we still wouldn't use it because we want to see what these teams will bring to the battlefield.
What a segue.
Yeah, even though the zones are quite disruptive, I still love it. I mean, it's amazing because the teams, you know, it keeps them on their toes, it keeps them guessing, it keeps us guessing, so no one really knows what is going to come next. But I'm definitely curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to play themselves through this next phase. I mean, Blue Zone slowly but surely on the approach, still about 4 minutes and a bit of change left. It's going to feel like a long 4 minutes, at least for the teams. But it allows them a great opportunity to focus on those positionings. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Broody Fruities over here are going to be just sipping on some blue juice. Maybe they might surprise us, come through with a bit of a preemptive rotation, trying to get ahead of that positional play. I mean, the same thing could even come through for the side of the Falcons, seeing that they are also still holding pretty much in the same position that they dropped in, all the way down to Via Del Mar. So, yeah. Only time will tell exactly what these teams are going to be doing, but I like this approach coming through from R8, though. I mean, a little bit of proactiveness, looking to get themselves into a more advantageous setup here.
Absolutely. So, again, positioning is going to be key moving into this one, as it always is, but what's curious about this is, as well, just the risks that some of the teams are starting to take. Falcons, as an example, in their previous matchup, on Erangel, what we just saw, it was very close in terms of that shift that it could have taken to the side of Falcons. However, it was just those final few pieces, or final few eliminations and angles that weren't on the cards for them. And again, it had to do with that positioning, it had to do with that zone rotation. Now, taking a look at them, Falcons running a 1-2-3 setup. We've got AXA right close and personal to the likes of NIGMA Galaxy. Whether that was just due to the drop sites, whether they wanted to try and secure a better rotation into the zone because of that eastern shift, I'm not too sure. There is obviously the possibility as well that they're getting information on a team that they could be setting their targets on. A team like NIGMA Galaxy specifically, which would be a very interesting fight if we're talking about PMPL Arabia versus PMPL Africa, our two top teams going head to head, now looking at MEA champs, trying to figure out who's going to be the team reigning on top, who's going to be the winner between Africa and Arabia. So, just a little bit of an interesting one there. Might happen, might not. AXA might just be running away. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting looking at the comparison between the different regions, trying to see, you know, who's going to end up in which spot, who's going to take which slots, and, you know, how all of this is going to be panning out. But so far, I mean, it's pretty dang interesting to see just exactly how these teams have been able to just, you know, keep up with the flow of things, because I mean, we've got the players from Falcons White, a team that you would expect to perform slightly different, maybe a little bit more aggressively, not necessarily having that kind of performance come through so far today. I mean, we did see them locking in on about, what, 29 points so far. So things are rather surprising, but again, it's only the first day. So the teams might be playing that way for a specific reason. What that reason is, your guess is as good as mine, but this is something that we've seen come in, right? Teams not always trying to be as predictable. They keep a little bit reserved in the tank, so that when they need to hit the NOS button, they can do exactly that.
I do definitely hope that that's what's happening. Because we've spoken about it before as well. We have teams that literally just get such a running start that it becomes extremely difficult for others to catch up to them because they just start building this gap. And we're starting to see that split slowly but surely building between the first and second page on the overall rankings. It's not quite solidified, of course. It's day number 1. Again, we can only bring in so many stats at the moment. However, rather keep up with the competition than fall behind. Even if you are very confident in your sprinting abilities to catch up, you never know what's going to happen. I mean, just take a look at the zones that we've seen today. They've already thrown a spanner in the works for teams back to back to back. 3 maps in a row that are just unfathomable in terms of the zones that these teams have had to deal with. So don't leave anything up to chance. RNG is a little wild in this map, as we know. So I just hope that they start to basically bring that NOS sooner than later is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. I believe that it could be quite beneficial. And I mean, looking at what we saw within the standings, we've got RUKH Esports being the highest placed team from the Africa region, holding on to that 5th position. And now they find themselves up to the north. So again, it plays into their kind of rotational strategy. But we can see Brute Force also now coming through with a very similar approach, you know. So, you know what they say, great minds think alike. And I like this.
They have been thinking alike the whole evening. Every single match. Back to back to back to back. It's Brute Force and RUKH Esports holding hands towards the north. So let's see how they're going to turn this one into a potential for them. I do like that we've already seen a massive split coming through from those teams. NIGMA, Galaxy, GEEKAY, as we've said, a rotation now up into the southern portion. The zone is going to be wild. We can see the World of Battle clear right there, shoulder to shoulder, trying to find a spacing into the zone. Just flying right past those care packages because they don't have time to spare. They need positioning. This zone, these angles that they have to deal with in this terrain, we've been here time and time before, DK. We know how challenging it can be with all of these little compounds spread up and the ebbs and flow of the terrain. There's so many heals and surprises that could be lying in wait for our teams.
Well, definitely a good surprise coming through here from the side of World of Battle. But I actually gotta say, I'm quite appreciative of what the World of Battle are looking to do here. I mean, I honestly think that the World of Battle are going to be looking to finish much stronger in this MEA Championship than they did in comparison to the previous one. Of course, we know that they finished all the way down in 16th position. But so far, if this is the kind of pacing that they are going to be looking to bring to the board, I definitely expect a much, much stronger play indeed. But first up, well, they're going to have to just show what consistency they are able to maintain as they are now facing off against One Shot and VanKid. And VanKid, no stranger to a little bit of a challenge.
No stranger indeed. Looking at this one now, a little bit of a nade back and forth there, as we can see at the bottom of our screens, but rotations will still be heading in. Ooh, Vision, One Shot. How are you alive?
I mean, it's all they need now. They just need One Shot to get sent back to the lobby. So they are staying very true to their name, and that's probably why they are called One Shot. But now it's going to be that final push, that final play to see whether or not Clear can survive. Well, the answer is no. As Muhammad and the rest of the players there from the World of Battle, as well as Sly, will end it for them.
My goodness gracious, the action doesn't start here. GEEKAY Esports now moving on in as well, wants a piece of the action. It is going to be an uphill battle for them. You can see the numbers not quite in their favor, but timing could be of the essence. We can see those HP bars not looking too great. RTG still taking hits from other teams as well. So there might be that opportunity here. GEEKAY Esports still playing it a little bit safer. We can see Hope now taking rotation into another building. And, ooh, there would have been another rotation, but unfortunately, timing is not working out here for the likes of NIGMA and for the likes of GEEKAY. RTG, on the other hand, picking up eliminations left, right, and center. So liking what I'm seeing from them. Again, a much better showing than what we've seen from the previous matches.
Well, let's see if RTG can pick it up enough. Down to 2 they go. It is going to be Kalaga and Riva now just trying to bring the team back onto their feet. Meanwhile, the World of Battle are going to be testing their capabilities against Society of Slime Machine. as they do find Fashe, but Arthur now, again, finding themselves in a very predictable and slightly tough predicament, as they are going to have to just survive the onslaught. So far, looking absolutely amazing as they deal with the threats and send Slime Machine off with only one elimination.
Oof, it was bound to happen at some point, but here we go. Yeah, it wasn't quite what I wanted to see into this Miramar. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to pan out tomorrow, but for some of the teams, they will have to go back to the VOD sooner rather than later. Falcons White being one of those teams that we started to see resurgence in the previous Erangel. And the World of Battle, as we just said, just getting off of the back of a winner chicken dinner. Now, all of a sudden, HP bars looking a little bit too close to that red. We've got Brute Force taking hits as well. Mine down. We've got one more member trying to just get a hit on out to RUKH Esports while Prepod rotates on in for the helping hand. But RUKH, they might be playing this one well, and they have to be careful. Quest just behind them. I mean, third parties are everywhere, DK. They are just waiting to burst.
Yeah, this is quite a contentious play indeed. I mean, we've got 3 of them happening, right? We've got this altercation up north. We've got Virtual Gaming Squad also in a little bit of a hot mess over on towards that western side. And the World of Battle of Falcons still going to be holding towards the southern side. But it does seem like Brute Force are instead going to be looking to disengage. Looking for opportunity a little bit more on the western front here. Ooh, nice opening as they now start to rotate up through the field. But again, where they're going to go, we do have a few compounds just up ahead. And that could be a bit of a safe haven, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, over in towards the Hacienda del Patron, things are not looking boring whatsoever, right? It is going to be a Virtual Gaming Squad and R8 getting ready for a bit of that showdown. And of course, our other contentious point that we have there, the World of Battle and Falcons. But Falcons, surprisingly, coming through with a 2-2 split, trying to potentially divide and maybe even conquer the World of Battle.
I like to see that. We want to see these teams bringing in a different side to themselves. RUKH Esports now, rotation up towards that northern side. An interesting one. Vision right across to them. A very split position that we see them actually holding. So we can see RUKH now just sending through a little bit of damage. That is going to be the trigger for Vision to regroup and get into a better standing. But as we take a look at this, R8 now also facing off against Virtual Gaming, who have had an absolutely... It's an insane day that they've been having. Managing the points that they have, managing the clutches as well. These points could be a very different story for R8. However, 2 down now, the 2 to go for R8.
Well, now is going to be that pressure play coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad, looking to clean up here. And, well, they are just 1 player away from succeeding in their approach. XENON are going to be looking to see if they can maybe sneak in a quick cheeky nade onto the side, but the angles are there. The words escaping me at this point, but XENON, oh, down they go, and Virtual Gaming Squad now up to 4 eliminations as they do regain a little bit of control. But again, XENON also just holding on to that southern edge, so it might be quite short-lived.
Yeah, words are escaping me as well, DK, don't you worry. I am just so enthralled by what could be happening in this situation. I mean, looking at who we still have available, we still have Falcons, we still have NASR, who've had a hit and miss bit of a day. They have that opportunity to turn it around now. We still have Quest, who've had such insane elimination-driven games that, once again, in a similar position, could they change that up into a placement game as well? Could they match that performance? RUKH Esports, very same position. Now we take a look at this. Quest Esports already picking up the first elimination. Like we said, with Vision, it was a weird bit of a split, and unfortunately, they will be catching one of their players off guard as they now need to regroup and just sort of reconsider the cards they've been dealt.
I mean, that could be the approach, right? We don't exactly know what the thought process is going on here, but let's see how these plays are going to come to fruition. I mean, Quest definitely going to try and find as much of an opportunity over on towards the very edge of that zone. But the tension's definitely starting to build. We still have 12 teams left. Still quite a bit of a spread across the zone, but a great, phenomenal spray coming through there from the side of Kante. As they do find Saif out on the hill. But Saif, well, it's going to be the last player of their team yet to rotate back into a little bit of that more secure position. Up comes Quest now, looking to meet them head on. It is going to be Discrim and Topok, trying to just outstrafe them. But again, the plays, the angles, the utilities, lead flying all over the place. And Discrim now in a bit of trouble.
A bit of trouble might just be a bit of a sugarcoat as well, as we take a look at a Quest rolling up that hill, taking one. A second division esports player has to step on up to hold the line up against Kante there with the with a near bumper bash. We could just be saying goodbye to Vision. Bam, there's a crossfire. No opportunity to unfortunately turn that one around. Quest Esports so quick to the trigger and so good at keeping their members in check, playing to the number advantage.
I mean, that was absolutely phenomenal play coming through from the side of Quest. Maybe they had a bit of future sight, right? Just capitalizing on the vision they had. Maybe they envisioned themselves getting that winner chicken dinner. Who knows? But in the meanwhile, you know, the aggression is not going to relent just yet, as we can see over on towards that western side. Virtual Gaming Squad and XENON still very, very close to each other. The rest of the teams essentially looking to break up and disengage. Oh, but Virtual Gaming Squad rushing right into it. Just a quick replay on the insane action we had coming through. And I mean, it was so close, but well played. Virtual Gaming Squad managing to hold on. Now, I think Quest, based on the pacing that they've been showing so far, I definitely think they are going to be aiming to get that chicken dinner yet again.
Ooh, we are looking at back-to-back winner chicken dinners, at least in terms of the maps. So that would be an interesting opportunity. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to jinx it too, just yet. I just want to let it play out. So let's take a look at it. Let's take a little bit of stock of what we currently have unfolding up ahead of us. In terms of that zone positional, we've got RTG, we've got Twisted Minds, we even have NIGMA Galaxy as well, holding quite an interesting position within the center of the zone. NASR yet to rotate in. They do at least have a scout in the form of Xenox in the zone holding position, but as you can see, unfortunately, the rest of the team is being held up here by FALCONS White, as they are looking for a few extra eliminations before they themselves find a position in that zone.
Well, speaking about zone, we also did say goodbye to the players there from RUKH Esports as they got taken on down. Brute Force just holding up so aggressively, but now still quite a bit of a challenge lies ahead for the side of the FALCONS, as they are trying to play their hand, moving through from the southern side. That knock leaking into Teak. But are they going to be able to bounce up the hill and get the plays? The blue zone is definitely going to be applying quite a bit of pressure onto them. But NASR looking so confident right here. Will we see the play going the way that NASR hopes it to be? E6 not in the greatest position, as they will get traded on down. J7 with a phenomenal angle. Now the rest of the Falcon team having to decide, are they going to look to aggress on towards NASR, or are they going to try and somehow find themselves a little bit of safety back in towards that zone is?
That's going to be a difficult battle. I mean, if we take a look at it, the rotation back into the zone won't be as hard fought if they were to continue up towards that eastern line. It's only really Arthur from the World of Battle that, as you can see, is hiding in a shack and has just unfortunately given their position away. So FALCONS will be very happy to try and go for that, but Arthur is going to be holding on. A little bit of a helping hand as well with that rotation pressure coming through, and now we can continuously see how NASR are looking to get some eliminations. Even NIGMA Galaxy is jumping in, so yeah, well, choices were made, DK, and unfortunately they did not turn out well.
I mean, mad respect going out to Arthur. It's like they pulled Excalibur, you know, out of the rock yet again.
Which one?
In the meanwhile, yeah, that one over there. But it's gonna be XENON now trying to apply a little bit of pressure down onto the side of AXA. Of course, well, there we go, pressure applied, and that is it. Groups now also going to be starting to look for a bit of an opportunity. I mean, NIGMA, they've been really quiet today, only with 15 eliminations up and 5 placement points. We really want to see NIGMA start to bring in a little bit of that spice, a little bit of that flavor, especially on the map of Miramar.
Absolutely, it's quite a different flavor that these teams are going to be bringing in so far. You can already see XENON also still keeping up their presence, but now against the likes of Virtual Gaming. As we said, we've had a fantastic day, and all of a sudden, with one final bullet, we see coming through, XENON have to bow on out, unfortunately. Third parties just all the way across, even NASR feeling the brunt of the action now with Quest Esports laying down fire.
Well, a very unfortunate ton of events coming through there for XENON. But now, NASR looking pretty good. 6 eliminations to their name. Gonna be looking to mount as much of an aggressive push as they can possibly muster here. But Starch gotta watch out, because not only is their HP bar pretty low, but that buggy is also smoking up, and that is not the play that you want to have. Kante quickly coming through with a follow up there. Does secure themselves the elimination. And now Quest, ooh, definitely gonna be reaching in, trying to find everything they can as NASR are now being pressured, right? Blue zone is going to be closing in very slowly though, but now we get to see exactly what the angle is, right? What the thought process is coming through for the side of Quest. Are they absolutely determined to end the run for NASR, or maybe just looking to bully them onto the edge of zone?
As we take a look at it now, oof,
Ooh.
just as well. Nade after nade after nade. Spec, even with the follow-up. Now, thanks to Al-Hajj, we'll see NASR being sent back into the lobby. Almost just too quick for me to actually even form a sentence about it. But here we go. Now, rotations are going to be a lot clearer here for the side of Quest Esports. No one really to challenge them up until that northern side of Twisted Minds. However, the West is a very different story. You can see NIGMA Galaxy right up alongside Virtual Gaming. Right behind them is Brute Force and, of course, the side of RTG. So, a lot of fights that need to be conducted before we get an idea of who's going to be able to move on into this next phase of the zone.
Let's see what that zone will hold. Virtual Gaming squad is now feeling quite a bit of the pressure, starting to build up. NIGMA Galaxy still holding nice and steady. Still got all 4 players up, but they are yet to find themselves a few eliminations. I mean, if they play this hardcover well, they could very much secure play over on towards Arthur and potentially up the hill onto the side of Quest. As you can see, Arthur is the master of hide and seek. They're just going to be trying to survive as best they can. Meanwhile, Brute Force, RTG, no change-up really coming through on that front as we are patiently awaiting the zone now to be delivered. But Arthur instead going to be receiving quite a bit of attention, not only from NIGMA, but also then coming through from the side of Quest.
Ooh, what a way to start the day. Now, looking at Quest Esports, they have quite a bit of an interesting story right up ahead of them. Zone still going to be favoring them, at least even in the tiniest bit, but also they have no one to worry about behind them. They have everyone up ahead. They have every single enemy in their line of sight, in an opportunity for them to take the elimination. Even Arthur, lo and behold, unfortunately has been exposed. So we'll have to keep an eye out on Quest to see how they might turn this one around. We can see RTG also just having a field day with those eliminations, up with 8. So massive focus on their full squad right now, being currently pincered here between Brute Force, Virtual Gaming, and NIGMA Galaxy.
Well, the pressure is definitely on. We are yet to see NIGMA Galaxy really starting to pop off. I mean, they've been having a little bit of a slow start here. But let's see, could this be the match in which we have exactly that now come to fruition? Rauf waiting patiently for Arthur to give them just at least a little bit of something to find. Meanwhile, there's going to be Groza there from RTG, experiencing a little bit of that difficulty as Brute Force trying to clear their pathway moving forward in towards the zone. Twisted Minds still alive, holding nice and steady, doing so with their 3 players, but they too are yet to find a few more eliminations.
To find indeed, we can see a little bit more damage moving on in. Brute Force having a tough time trying to get this rotation actually underway. Quest Esports just laying down the law. No one is safe right now from the side of Quest Esports. You can just see the elevation that they're going to be holding. These angles are going to be in their pockets. Oh, we can see, unfortunately, here for the likes of Virtual Gaming, they are relegated down to 1 that, oh man, you talk about timing, is going to be sending Virtual Gaming back into the lobby.
Yeah, and with that, we are down to our final 4 as Brute Force will also get backed up and shipped out. Very unfortunate, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Now, let's see what our final 4 teams can bring through. This might be exactly what Twisted Minds have been waiting for, the opportunity to bring in a bit of an upset. Unfortunately, they are devoid of crypto, at least for the remainder of this match. But let's see now. Quest already sitting on those double digits along the players there from RTG. So 2 squads with double digits. But are they
Man.
now going to be able to just sprint to the lobby here?
Now, look, this is going to be a very different conversation. Quest Esports, as we know, they have been on something else, but finally we get to see RTG making an appearance. I mean, just look at the damage that they've dealt in one map alone. 2.3 thousand. It is no surprise that they're sitting there with their 10 eliminations. And this is going to be quite the battle. Quest Esports still holding on to that elevation, just peering down to the likes of NIGMA Galaxy and, of course, RTG as well as Twisted Minds. They have all these angles to work with. Timing is going to be key. And then the question poses itself, who is going to be trying to take each other out? Already Al-Hajj. Oh my goodness. Did you see what gun they're using?
Yes, 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 yes! AMR. Come on, Al-Hajj, give us more. Give us more! I love this. I want to see more. I mean, it's the M24 in the hands of Koops versus the AMR in the hands of Al-Hajj. And of course, the blue zone does trump any bolty, unfortunately. But let's see whether or not Al-Hajj can actually secure even more of a dominating angle. I mean, the AMR is exactly what you need, right? One shot, one hit, absolutely insane amount of damage coming through from that. And for RTG, we can still see Groza just trying to secure a little bit of a foothold, trying to make up a bit of ground. But it does seem like Evo Station, the rest of Twisted, very well aware of Groza's position, and now they're just waiting for the opportunity to find that final nail into the coffin, at least for RTG.
Oh, RTG, I mean, they've done so well up until this point, managing to get those 10 eliminations, and now just out in the open, exposed, and unfortunately alone. Fahidan will get that final nail in the coffin as we turn our attention here towards Twisted Minds and, of course, the likes of NIGMA Galaxy. Finally, an opportunity for them to also have a shot at that winner-winner chicken dinner. But again, similar situation. These angles, they are just not in their favor. And now even a follow-up from Al-Hajj as they try and push on forward, holding on to the angles. They are still alive, but for how much longer?
I mean, this is turning into quite a bit of a showdown now. It's going to be Al-Hajj coming through with the M4, trying to aggress down onto the side of NIGMA, but Twisted Minds going to be sneaking up the edge. This could be their very first elimination. Oh, Evo Station is down. Raouf getting met with a beautiful nade. But will this be enough, though? Oh, there we go. AZ gets the job done, and Twisted Minds, against all odds, stepped up and claimed themselves the victory. I mean, we were asking for Twisted Minds to step up their performance, right? I gotta confess, I was not expecting that to be the result, right? They're coming through with the winner chicken dinner, but absolutely amazing. Well freaking played.
Really? I mean, in that top 3 situation, you had a choice between Quest Esports with 12 eliminations, a choice between NIGMA Galaxy, who, you know, speaks for themselves with their reputation, and Twisted Minds, who at that time had no eliminations. Not a single one. I am speechless. I
mean, if it works, it works, right? Twisted stepping up, claiming themselves the winner chicken dinner. Definitely not the fattest chicken we've seen. In fact, maybe a very thin one. But regardless, a win is a win. At the end of the day, the points are on the board. So well done, Twisted Minds, stepping up to the plate and waiting till the very last bit of the day to get themselves the winner chicken dinner. I mean, who would have thought, right? No eliminations through the entirety of the match. Waiting up till the very, very, very last moment. And they do what they need to secure the victory. So, yeah, insane. Big clutch up coming through from them. In fact, let's take a look at these match rankings. So you can see Twisted Minds walking away with those 2 eliminations does award them 12 points in total. But RTG and Quest, they were just on something else. 14 and 10, 11 eliminations respectively. I mean, what an insane play.
That's just... And it's so... Oh, it hurts me to take a look at those placement points. We have teams literally dropping 14 bombs and 10 bombs in a single matchup, and all that they are allowed is a maximum of 5 placement points. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. I mean, speaking of top heavy, you can just take a look at this. So many trips to the donut shop here for our respective teams. And again, not the start that we were expecting, but this was such a tough rotation, especially for the likes of GEEKAY or R8, where they were just caught up between a rock and a hard place. As they literally just want to get into safety, there's a team waiting for them to take them out. But we have to give it up to Twisted Minds. I mean, talk about one of the sneakiest plays we've seen today.
Not one of the most sneakiest plays. The biggest sneaky play that we've seen. Speaking about sneaky plays, let's take a look at the highlights as these teams just bring in so many surprises. I mean, of course, no surprise to see the DBS is doing their thing. I was actually quite relieved and quite satisfied with the fact that RUKH brought through the AMR. Gotta love it.
Wow.
I mean, I'm always hoping to see, you know, someone just wield that weapon. But RUKH definitely with a strong performance coming through in this game. Quest doing so much. And again, no disappointment on their side. I mean, yes, they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but Miramar, so far, looks to be theirs.
I mean, if we were talking about a team that was the most likely to at least get 2 winner chicken dinners, my money would have been on Quest. Like I said, in those final top 3 teams, who are you going to pick between a team that's getting 12 plus eliminations or a team that is still trying to get their first one and then just manages to take it all? My goodness. Anyway, let's actually go take a look at the map performance there for Miramar. As we know, Erangel is going to be the most maps that we're going to be seeing in this MEA Champs, but second to that obviously being Miramar. So starting to get an idea of the leaders on Miramar, how they will be hopefully participating in the next couple of matches. It starts to paint a very pretty picture, especially if you are a fan of Quest Esports. Look at that, 12.5 average eliminations. Are you kidding me?
But I mean,
that's your average.
This is the beauty of these teams, because I mean, if you look back at Quest from PMPL, from the spring split, this is not the Quest that we saw when it came to the map of Miramar. They performed completely differently. I mean, they got, like, you know, 3 winner chicken dinners on that map. So love how teams are able to just step up and surprise us with the way that they can handle these maps. But of course, let's take a look at a bit of a head-to-head as well, you know, to just continue with the lovely storyline as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned, I mean, just a massive comparison here between our elimination leaders, that of course being Quest Esports and Road to Glory. Also just a nice little bit of a highlight, 12 assists each. I mean, that's an interesting lineup that I wasn't quite expecting. But yeah, just looking at the damage numbers, you can see how close it is. I mean, 2.6k to the 2.4k, the 14 eliminations to the 10 eliminations. I mean, when you have heavy hitters like this on a map like Miramar, especially towards the end of those frantic moments, how else are you supposed to get a word in edgewise? It again, just it proves how insane it is that Twisted Minds was able to steal the winner chicken dinner from those 2 teams.
It's insane. Again, it's not something that we would have expected at any point to come through from Twisted Minds, especially looking at the way that they've been playing through, you know, the other part of the day. So, I mean, we're up for these surprises, we're up for these plays, these challenges to come through. Speaking of which, let's take a look and see who our MVP for the day is.
Ooh, I mean, can you even guess? Everyone just had such a legendary day, but we're going to give it up to the Broody Fruities, DK, so I give it to you. Announce this wonderful MVP.
It's Ado! It's Ado! Who else? You know, Ado coming through with the MVP clutch up for the day. 12 with regards to damage. And of course, 13 amazing eliminations as well. So this is definitely a good performance coming through from the side here of the Brute Force squad. And looking at Ado bringing in 13 eliminations, that does put up about a third of the team's overall eliminations that we saw come through in just today.
These numbers are starting to make me go dizzy. But yes, absolutely. What an incredible showing that we've seen so far today. But we also have to give it up to at least one team that have just brought in a performance like no other. And that is, of course, today's winners. So let's take a look at who really has been bringing in the action. Of course, on the first matchup, it's no surprise that we start to talk about RUKH Esports. And as a highlight, one of the teams, not only to start us off with a performance, but they started us off with our highest elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we love to see, right? These teams coming through with just phenomenal plays. Looking at the tally, right, with regards to those elims, as you said, 12 looking pretty hot and spicy. Then we went down to 11, 5, 8, and 2. Now, what this tells me is that you could definitely see the teams starting to wake up. right?
Yeah.
Really coming into their own, feeling a lot more comfortable out on the battlefield. And of course, well, the Broody Freeze felt the most comfortable as they end the day on a lovely, luscious 61 points with the most placement points, sitting on 26, well ahead of the competition. And this is exactly what we love to see come on the first day. But of course, the big upset is I want to see all of this change tomorrow. I want to see the teams that are not on this page be on this page.
Yeah, and you can see the consistency in terms of that placement to elimination combination. Again, we've had the likes of Quest Esports who just get eliminations after eliminations, nearly 40 eliminations in a single day, but the placements just aren't quite there just yet to at least rival the likes of Brute Force. I mean, 4 points away, it's not too far off. As we take a look at the rest of the team, we start to, again, I'm going to go back to this. Twisted Minds, sitting currently in 14th position with that winner-winner chicken dinner. The only team on the second page that has gotten that winner-winner chicken dinner, and what a steal, man. What a steal. But looking into tomorrow's games, I absolutely agree with you. I want all of this to change. Or every single team needs to be gunning for as good of a position as they possibly can to get themselves into that safety net potential.
Yeah, and of course, we have seen quite a bit of movement coming through with regards to that leaderboard as we've been progressing through the day. And even just this last match, we did see the World of Battle also then secured all the way up into 7th place. And based on the performance they brought in this last game, actually awarded them a beautiful 3-slot jump up. So a very monstrous play. And while we're talking about monsters, we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League, as well as the championship. So big thank you, much love going out to Monster Energy. Now, speaking about energy, right, we've seen the teams really looking to utilize as much of that as they've been pushing through the day. I mean, Quest definitely being the team that has been able to be the most aggressive, walking away as we saw with 39 eliminations. Now, very impressive showing coming through on their end. But again, the big question comes is, how are these teams going to translate the performances on day 1 into what day 2 could potentially be holding for us?
That is going to be the question. And for those who think they have the answers, please do make sure that you reach out to us on our social medias and let us know what you're thinking about the MEA champs, how things have been unfolding. I saw the chat was going absolutely ham with those comparisons to what it could happen, how these teams could potentially be performing in the PMGC once they get their slots. So please let us know your thoughts on the various platforms with the hashtag PMPL MEA champ.
Well, of course, looking forward to all the feedback coming through. Indeed, I mean, a very, very exciting day. But as we know, it is but only the start. We have 3 more days and 18 more matches for these teams to prove themselves, to see who are going to be the teams walking away with those MEA slots up in towards the PMGC. So a lot of excitement just around the bend. And speaking about bends, well, we're going to have to say goodbye for now. Not that there's any correlation between buy and bends, but I guess it works, right? So on that bombshell, we are going to have to love and leave you. Hope to see you all back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, even more insane PUBG Mobile action. And of course, until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.